Hello, guys. I hope that you are tuning in. I am waiting on a guest. We're going to be talking about my favorite subject, melanin, that bio, poly, everything. We need to get a little of this information out about it. This is what we're going to do. And I just want to make sure that you guys are tuning in. Um, to make sure that you get this information. We're going to go a little bit more in depth, get a better understanding. A lot of people are so presumptuous when it comes to melanin. The first thing that they're thinking is, oh, it has something to do with, particular color or so on and so forth. Um, it's not just about the pigment. That's really literally just one portion of it. There's a lot to melanin. When we think about it, there are three different types of it. We have to distinguish um, there's the U melon, there's the field melon. That's actually the one that everyone is referred to when it comes to the color. And there's the neuromelon. So, yeah, that's kind of what's going on with that. Um, let's see here, guys. As you know, I'm not too great with the StreamYard, just getting a little familiar. So please forgive my ignorance, when it comes to it. But I'm going to try to make sure that I'm doing my best today with getting everything set up. All right. Hey, cook. First one in the comments. That's what I'm talking about. I usually don't get too many visitors here waiting on a stream. So hopefully we'll get a couple of people to tune in with us, brother. That's what I'm trying to do right now, actually. Waiting on guests to come on up and hopefully enlighten us with some other information to go along with what we like to talk about. Did you want to join, brother? Let me know. You're definitely free to join. I love it. You're always welcome. So let me know. I'm gonna try and send this link. Let me see if I can send the link. Thing be acting so weird sometimes. I hope this is the right link for the stream out. Yep. All right, brother. Oh, it took it. Last time it didn't. All right, brother. I actually have that sent out. If you want to join me, brother, come on up. We waiting on Wisdom. Wisdom's supposed to come up and talk with me about this melanin. He wants to go a little more in depth with some stuff on it, and we're gonna go from there. So, you know, I'm just ready for chatting it up, brother. If you want to come on in, make sure you get on in here. So, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get back to what I was saying. Shit. I was saying that the melanin, with it being different types of melanin, people are always hung up or caught up on the pheomelanin, which is the one that has to do with the photosynthesis, which is, all of it has to do, or most of it has to do with color enrichment of certain electrons and things when it comes to the pigment. But that's the one that everyone's always talking about, the pheomelanin. That's the one that has to do with the pigment, so on and so forth. Then, of course, my favorite is the neuromelanin. Let's see. And trying to see how to get out of this page right here. All right. So yeah, I'm just gonna see what's going on. We're gonna wait a few minutes here so I can see what Wisdom was talking about when it comes to the fibers. I know the fibers sensitive to the electronic fiber optic nerves and certain things of that nature. So I'm hoping we'll be able to talk about that a little bit. That way I can join in on what he wanted to share. If not, you guys know I'll just wing it as usual. Usually it'll be something that blends together because all this stuff kind of blends together. Once we have a clue about one thing, it leads to something else, and it goes to something else, and so on and so on and so on. So yeah, that's kind of what happens. Let me see. And let's see here. If she's still there, put one so I know you can hear me and that you're still waiting with me. And let's go from there. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how to put the incorporation of this screen. I had it on a computer earlier. Cook, see, y'all supposed to help me out with how to do this. This StreamYard. I had it on the computer earlier, and it was letting me share the screen. Then it wasn't showing everything. I'm just like, what the heck's going on? So yeah, let's see. I'm gonna put oh I can put a comment to all this in there. All right, so it did take the comment. Okay, that's good. All right, perfect. All right. So I don't know where this guy at. He said he was coming on. He had to talk about this information. Y'all know I like do, get to talking or whatever. What can we talk about? Oh, let's talk about this goal real quick before he gets in. Hopefully he'll be here soon. Maybe he's working or doing something of the sort. Um, but I've been telling you guys about this money venture, the best little way to try to come up on some of this financial change that's coming about. We're going to talk about two things really, really quickly. One is going to be that gold, guys. Gold is the basic, best investment that there is because it's one of the things that we don't have to worry about that's going to degrade or disintegrate to anything that's not of value. So that's one of the most important components. So that is a good investment. Another thing is the crypto or the Bitcoin. We talked about that. The Bitcoin is going to be a good investment. The crypto currency is going to be a good investment. It rose up the last couple of weeks, would have been really good to cash out actually, and then go back in with some money later once it starts to rise again, but or lower it again, so you can get a good price on it. And then when it goes back up, then obviously you could take advantage of the pricing. The other thing is with the gold. Gold right now for an ounce is you're paying about $2,400. So if you take your 13 people, I'm going to be talking about this very frequently because I want everybody to know this and try and do this. Take your 13 people. This buys you a certificate of entry into the Treasury Department and your bank. So if you have 13 people and y'all all go in, it'll only cost about $185 each, actually a little less than that, about 184 and some change. So if all 13 of you guys go in with about 185 bucks, I did suggest, maybe asking the others to be, contribute 150, and then you could pay a little bit more if you're the person that wants to be the head, because there is one person that's the head and the other 12 are basically the disciples of the group. So if you want to do that, what you would do is get go in, you guys would all fill out your name, sign whatever name you want it to be, make that your LLC, whatever that LLC is going to be. When you make the LLC, um, the incorporation is what will get you your business under with everyone enrolled under that. So everyone would be under that certificate. Everybody would be under that ounce of gold. And with the Eagle back gold coin, you can actually get the certificate to do the entry. You can get a gold bar. That's not the same thing, just so that's just a gold bar. But if you have a gold Eagle backed coin, then you would be able to gain entry with that. So that's very important to know. So make sure you're doing that. Yes, yes, the Bitcoins is everything. So, Bruce, if you have you invested in the Bitcoins, Bruce? Do you have any information when it comes to that? Is there a different, particular one that you use? I know there are a lot of different ones. I know I keep hearing the crypto and the Bitcoin. I don't really know the difference. I don't know why they specify Bitcoin versus the crypto. I thought that I thought that they were the same thing, but obviously they're different because they keep saying crypto and Bitcoin. I am invested a little bit into the crypto, but I don't know if there is a difference. So I'm going to look into that as well. There's a gentleman that was on Taz's show, True Tube TV. He has a program which is True Tube TV. I'm not exactly sure what company he's talking about when it comes to the investments. I'm supposed to reach out to him to get some information, so on and so forth. So when I get that information, I'll definitely be, getting that information out to you guys. Oh, wow. Huey P. What's going on, Huey? My boy in there. I'm glad you guys came up. I'm so happy to see somebody come and support me. I appreciate that. You guys want to join in? Make sure you hit the stream. I don't know if it took it out, but I did have the stream in there. I'm waiting on Wisdom. We're supposed to talk about something he wanted to actually talk about on the fibers when it comes to the melanin. I know there's like the fiber optics when it comes to the melanin, and you got to think about how they're using the fiber optics with the cable TV and all of that. We also had a discussion about them using the melanin and the plasma for the missiles. They use that for the aerospace missions, all this other nonsense. So I'm hoping he's gonna tune into some of that. Just waiting to see what's going on. I don't know for sure, but I definitely want to talk about. I'm intrigued to get the information and see what he's talking about. But yeah. Other than that, yeah, with the money, back to that. So yeah, if you guys do that with that, getting that seal, you can make sure that you are able to have your certificate. The certificate that comes with the gold coin is actually what the seal is that gives you your key. That actually is your key that gives you the entrance. If you say, hey, I want this information on the bank, I want to know what's going on inside the bank, I want to know what's going on inside the Treasury Department, so on and so forth. And they were like, "Oh, we can't give you any access. This is, private information." Say, "No, it's not because I have a certificate to entry." So, and there you go, and that gives state and certain foundation of all this stuff that they claim an institution. And actually, what I'm going to do, hold on a second, guys. Let me grab this book. What I want to do, since we're waiting on this brother, he ain't came yet. I am going to talk about something that I was looking at earlier. I was actually looking at some information, guys, and it brought up a lot of stuff on migration. I don't know what it was. It was something we were talking about earlier, Huey, and I was looking at something in a book I wanted to read, and I think you end up getting off or something. We end up ending because somebody else got on. We started talking about something else, but either way, in this book is telling a lot. It's a new book about of knowledge, basically. I have a couple of them. One is the two of my very very old. I haven't went through them in a while, but they have a lot of information in them. I'm gonna look at some stuff, but I was looking at this information that shows basically a lot more of truth than what they have, you know, tried to hide from us. Oh, let me turn my Wi-Fi on, guys. Hold on a second. I have my Wi-Fi off. Okay. So basically, and I found some other information. So the information that I found was from they're saying from 1619 to 1808, there's about 1 million Black Africans sold into slavery, which we know is a lie. And they went across the Atlantic Ocean to what is now the United States. So at this point in time, we do know that they did do a lot of the traveling, but when they did the traveling, they were like mixing people, so on and so forth. Because before one particular time, when they were saying that there was so much slavery all over the United States, there was nobody that was basically a normal person from what they said. They were savages, is what they were telling us. They were. Okay, so the Civil War and Emancipation. It says that during the course of the Civil War in 1861 through 65, nearly 200,000 African Americans, both slave and free, which is very important. It says slave and free. So it's telling us right here in 1861, there were African Americans that were free slaves, that were free people and not slaves. And it said that they volunteered to fight for the Union they were fighting against, the slave holding Confederate states in the South. So all of the northern states were free at this time. So when they tell us that there was nobody occupying the United States and everything, they Columbus came and did this and that, but in all actuality, they knew that everything was being occupied because at that point in time, this is when the Moors were occupying the land and the indigenous people were occupying land. So they were definitely being occupied. At that time, as the time went past after the 1700s, so on and so forth, going into the 1800s, it was a little more, the area started changing a little bit. So during this time, from what they're saying, this is when everybody pretty much was kind of free because it says that, here it goes. Let me go back. It says that the African Americans uh, were the ones that formed the Union against the slave-holding Confederate states in the South. Black servicemen took part in nearly every major military engagement in nearly every major engagement. So if they took part in every military engagement, that means they were fighting a war against other people. Obviously, they weren't just sitting around doing it for, just the slaves. That meant that they fought wars for everything. Free they were free slaves, free people, not slaves. And it says until 1864, they were paid less than white soldiers. So they were actually paid soldiers. And they did have a problem with being paid less, obviously, because there was some slavery going on and they still didn't regard the man as being as valuable as he was. It says they also built fortifications handling provisions and served as lookouts. Some also served as spies. So it says that they used them for the lookout and spies. So the reason they would be using them for lookout and spies was why the indigenous, if you can recall, they were known for that. They were known for being able to track things and being very close to nature, so on and so forth. So these black union workers and these black soldiers were also indigenous people. This is why they were very good at being lookouts and, as they said, spies. Being a spy, you would have to incorporate yourself into a place to make yourself look like you're a part of that area. You're not strange or anything different. So obviously, that's what was going on. At that particular time, the Indians were able to fit in with the indigenous and the regular blacks and so on and so forth. So it says the promise of emancipation was fulfilled when the Union forces won the war in 1865. So when they say that, oh, President Lincoln is who, ended the slavery and, trying to put it on this person that did, that's not true. Because it says right here that the emancipation was fulfilled when the Union forces is what won that war in 1865. So by the end of the year, the 13th Amendment was ratified because of that. The abolishing slavery in the United States in 1868 and 14th Amendment extended full legal citizenship to African Americans. And in 1870, the 15th Amendment guaranteed voting rights to Black men, a profound national social revolution was set in motion at this particular time. And between 1865 and 1915, many Americans left their farms and moved to a town or city where new jobs were opening up. So about 90% of the African Americans remained within the 11 ex-Confederate Southern states where their families had been raised. Their ancestors left land, so on and so forth. They just left where they had been raised and where their families lived for many many generations. So the evolution of the Black education was the social reconstruction. In parentheses, it says the social reconstruction, which is where the spelling came in, the spell binding in the minds, misinformation, misforming of correct history, so on and so forth. A form of slaves began with basic education, like I said, the success of which was by far the most dramatic evidence of their new legal freedom. So as they got new legal freedom, this is when they were getting this education, getting educated into the new world, new forms, so on and so forth. Tens of thousands of ex-slaves, so long forbidden to learn to read and write, now displayed a passion for knowledge so powerful that, in the words of one observer, it was as if an entire race was trying to go to school. So they were being taught all these different languages because the indigenous and the Moors, they spoke different languages. They came from all over. A lot of the Moors, some of them spoke French, some of them spoke Spanish, just depending on the area that they came from. And they blended in well with the indigenous. The nation's real first teacher corps consisted of several thousand northern-born white women who went south to instruct Black students, therefore instructing and giving them the information, misinforming them, obviously, and braving the taunts and threats of white Southerners who feared that Blacks would overeducate for their places because in the South they were all enslaved. And during that time, all the Southerners were slaves, and the North were the free ones. So they were trying to transcribe everything that was going on at in their area to them because they wanted them to have the same type of freedom, so on and so forth. Um, so within a decade of that time, for about 10 years, the teachers were replaced in the classrooms by many of their older Black pupils. The facilities of the earliest Black colleges and universities remained more white than Black for a much longer period due to the shortage of the college-trained Black. Mind you, they were Black colleges founded by Blacks until they had W.E. Du Bois come in and, they did what they did. In 1890, the Monroe Land Grant Act established 17 institutions of higher learning. This was part of the Rockefeller Foundation. These tax supported A&I, the agriculture and industrial, and A&M, agriculture and mechanical, colleges that reflected the doctrine of industrial education of the sort promoted by the educator Mr. Booker T. Washington at his Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. Now, if you understand what that's saying, that said that the Morrell Grant Land Grant Act established 17 colleges or higher learning institutions that were tax supported, so they paid for it, which all involved agriculture and industry, okay, and agriculture and mechanics, everything for corporations. Everything for gearing the blue collar worker to make sure that they're, doing what they need to do for them. And it says, colleges reflected the doctrine of industrial education of the sort promoted by the educator Booker T. Washington at his Tuskegee Institute. Booker T. Washington and W.B. Du Bois, I can't stand them. They were all part of the plan, putting it or implementing the back. We're from Africa, and what is it? That Pan African movement. Washington's directed conflicting theories directly conflicted with those of another prominent Black scholar of the era, which is W.B. Du Bois, as I said, who believed that Blacks should study the liberal arts. This historic debate was one example of the emerging conflict within the Black community over the proper focus of Black education. The post-emancipation education experience produced a small but slightly educated group of African Americans who supported at least a half dozen or more Black issue orientated newspapers in 1910. Mr. W.B. Du Bois, at his own expense, launched the Crisis, Black Americans' first race relations journal, which is still published today. These publications, financed by their readers, boldly explored race relations and the discrimination and violence after the war during the period known as what was called the Reconstruction. Blacks in the South were protected by the federal troops who had occupied the former Confederate states. But when the troops were withdrawn in 1877, after everything happened, and they were actually had freed everyone, so on and so forth, they kind of went on, excuse me, about their way. So the blacks found themselves in the mercy of the Ku Klux Klan. This is when they started promoting themselves, growing and getting bigger and bigger, so on and so forth. And similar white supremacist groups, they weren't the only one. The Ku Klux Klan is the only one that stuck, and they kind of formed together and became the big group. So it says violence against blacks became so compliant in that commonplace that approximately 100,000 of them fled. Now, this is where we come with the reconstruction of the areas for our indigenous ancestors. This includes my grandmother. She was born a little bit after this time, so all of her family would have been going through this. She would have been one of the ones that left and left our indigenous areas. And basically, so it said 100,000 fled, excuse me, guys, from the Carolinas, from Tennessee, from Alabama, and Mississippi to safer havens of Kansas, Missouri, and Illinois by 1892. The lynchings are unlawful executions of African Americans by terrorist groups in the South, average one every 2 days, which is crazy. Two United States Supreme Court decisions further um, undermined the new freedom of African Americans. In 1883, the court declared that the 1875 Civil Rights Act, which forbade discrimination against blacks in public facilities, was unconstitutional, and that local authorities could discriminate for a variety of reasons, including that of race, most of the former. Another part of that, when it came to migrating to the cities after the Civil War, many blacks supported themselves by working on the sharecroppers, cultivating sections of other people's lands, and they were basically still enslaved at that time. And for a share of the crop as payment, but after a series of economic depressions in 1872 and 1884 in 1893, many of them found it difficult to feed their families. So after each of those depression cycles, thousands of the blacks, just like before the 100,000 that when they went to Tennessee, from Tennessee and Carolina and all that, as well as whites, they also abandoned their farmers. It wasn't just the blacks, it was the whites as well. And they moved to the Northeast industrial town or city to look for jobs in many of the manufacturing industries. Many of the blacks who remained in the farming community joined protest organizations such as the Colored Farmers Alliance, which by the 1980s had gained a membership of more than 1 million in 9 states. There were 1 million blacks in 9 states, part of the Colored Farmers Alliance. Doesn't sound like there was all that many slaves to me. White resistance to these unions, they climaxed in North Carolina. This is when they drove them out of North Carolina, the state with the highest concentration of the alliance members in 1898. After the Southern Democrats who were hostile to the black issues like they are now, even though they're transcribed to think there's something else. Everybody thinks the Democrats are for the blacks, which is a lie. None of them are for the blacks. You got to be free tough. Issues won control of the state legislature, and a riot broke out in Washington, not Washington, I'm sorry, in Wilmington, North Carolina. More than 40 people were killed over a period of 7 days because they were upset that the blacks were holding and maintaining jobs and so on and so forth. Following the terror of the Wilmington riot, many Southern blacks headed north uh, to settle in like Boston, Newark, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Detroit, Chicago, St. Louis, Harlem, a section of New York. This was all over the next 2 decades. This was my grandmother played a part in this in 1920. 1920s was the era this all started and all this was going on. And during this time, she had moved to Chicago. And 2 years after this, actually gave birth to my mom. St. Louis, Harlem, and a section in New York over the next 2 decades. Hundreds and thousands of blacks moved into these urban centers, but on arrival, most of them discovered overcrowded facilities, inadequate housing, and dead-end jobs. As a result, concerned individuals of both races formed the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. So there came the NAACP in 1909 and the National Urban League, which my mom was a part of the Urban League. In 1911, the NAACP was devoted to the pursuit of civic justice and NUL to economic families. So this was a lot going on, guys. And in the 20s, the wave of racial hatred divided the African American community itself. The majority of the middle class blacks believed racism could end with full integration, which was crazy, of the races, but many working class blacks who felt completely removed from white society supported a new Back to Africa movement. This is when all this Back to Africa stuff. We from Africa, da da da. This was led by Marcus Garvey for nearly a million individuals. Garvey had, he was a prophet for Black pride, independence, and separation, bipartisanism, and all this stuff. So during the Depression years, which was during this time, there was creative expression diminished during the Great Depression, obviously of the 30s, as the jobs became increasingly scarce and the racial tensions once again exploded. A riot in Harlem in 1935 was directly connected to housing shortages and to a local unemployment rate that exceeded 50%. Blacks also were highly frustrated because they felt generally protected by the law. In cases involving blacks and whites, the law courts always and almost always ruled in favor of the whites, duh, like they do now. That's nothing new. On the positive side, however, the administration of President Franklin D. Roosevelt included blacks in its economic relief efforts in 1936, and the esteemed black educator Mary McLeod Bethune, an associate of the president's wife, Eleanor Roosevelt, formed what was known as the Black Cabinet to deal with governmental problems and policies affecting the African Americans, and formations of the Committee for Industrial Organizations, the CIO, that was formed in 1935, and this extended union membership to blacks who founded employment in an automobile, um, a railroad, textile. My granddad was he worked for the railroad. Textile, my dad worked for Caterpillar Company. And the tobacco industries and in the buildings trades. Before this time, they had generally been limited to like the service jobs, janitors, cooks, stuff like that. Dang, I'm gonna show you guys some of these pictures, but let's see. The sharing the screen thing will make me end up messing something up. Don't know how to really share the screen, guys. Sorry about that. So yeah, yeah, I think I'll read no more of this part right here. So basically, yeah, that was kind of a lot of stuff that was going on with our ancestors and everything, guys. Telling a lot of story, changing all those lies from everybody was slaves and all this and that, trying to make us seem like we weren't anything, we didn't really have anything to offer to society, we just savages. And one other thing about the Z Nation, I don't know if anybody's ever saw the movie Z Nation. That movie tells a whole lot about that. This is also everything that I just read. This is the same thing that was going on with the Z Nation. The guy Perry, he went over there to the Amazon. He heard about a city that was paved in gold and all this so on and so forth. Of course, he went there. He couldn't find it. There were he had a Indian guide that was helping him a little bit to try to find a place because he had heard of it from his ancestors. When they went over there looking for the place, they get there And when he gets there, he finds like old pottery. So he's like, "Oh my gosh, there was, you know, people that lived here in natural habitat. They weren't savages, obviously, blah blah blah." Finally, he gets back, takes months and years. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta take a drink. Sitting by this heat, drying my mouth out. Um, so basically, when he came back, they were saying, "No, this isn't true. You got to be joking." I mean, they literally were laughing at him, making a fool out of him, telling him he must be crazy, talking about these savage people, living like normal people, knowing how to have pottery and make a regular vegetation, and just clowning them. So he said, I gotta prove this. I'm gonna go back, blah blah blah. So he finally got somebody to go back with him. When he got the guy, when he got, hey, how you doing, Sir Job? I see you. Thanks for joining me, brother. Appreciate you. When he came back, he got them to fund another trip. There was a gentleman, I can't remember his name, but he had been to the Antarctic. It wasn't General Byrd, because this was before his time, but he had been to the Antarctic, so he was like a great explorer at the time. When he came back, he ran into him. They had a big dinner because he had come back from this big exploration in the Amazon, blah, blah, blah. So as the guy comes back from the Amazon and he tries to, oh, I got Joiner. Hey, drop. All right. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, we're working really hard on that.
How you doing, brother?
Oh shit, man, I'm cooling out.
Is that
What's
right?
going on?
Oh, not much, brother. Just trying to get a little information. I was trying to talk about melanin and fibers. Wisdom said he wanted to talk about the fibers with the melanin and stuff, right? But I don't know. He said he was working. He was gonna try to be on by 7, but I guess he couldn't make it or he got busy. So what I started doing was talking about some of this stuff in the past, brother. I had found a book earlier, right? And in this book, it went back, and you know how they tell information, and when they telling the stuff, it's like twisted. And when it's twisted, it kind of tell the truth, but then they trying to hide the lie, but the truth still kind of come out in the lie, or you know what I mean. So what I was reading in the book kind of showed a lot of the stuff that we be talking about as far as like how they changed the land. They took over with the indigenous, acting like, oh, they weren't here, lying about it and stuff. And it came back to even showing something with this movie Z Nation that my sister told me to watch today, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll watch it. Have you ever seen that, brother?
No, I saw the title, but I ain't never saw the movie.
Listen, brother, that movie is so insightful. When I say it tells so much, it basically said that it shows the same story. It shows how like this one dude, right? I was just trying to tell him when you came on. This one dude went there to the Amazon. He found one of these cities that the indigenous would tell him, yeah, it was paved in gold, all this other stuff, underground cities, all this. He couldn't find it. They went to it. He kind of found some of the stuff showing that it was, vegetative life and blah blah blah. He go back, they were making a fool. Oh, it's no, that couldn't have happened. You're tripping, and you're a lie. Those people are savages. There's nobody human there. Just making obviously like we're animals. So the guy ends up going back. Now, mind you, this is a true story. Even though that movie Z Nation, when they made it, it was based off of the story, but it actually told the real story of what this was. So it wasn't really fictional. So when he goes back over there the second time, he tried to go back with this guy that had explored over in Antarctica. And when the guy went back with him, it went bad and everything went wrong. The guy tried to turn everybody against him. When they got back, he still couldn't complete the mission, so on and so forth. He missed all parts of his kids growing up. His wife had 2 kids while he was gone, had the third child. It was just crazy. So by the time his oldest son got old enough, he was like, Dad, I want to do this. He was like, Son, I'm old now. He's like, I want to go with you. So him and the son went back. And basically, from the end of the story, it kind of shows he must have had found the area because one of the people told him to send something back if he got there. But then it kind of shows that he went into the land and he may have been taken by like some savages. So that might be the false part. They want to try to make, oh, these animals ate them, but that's possible too because they did do the cannibalism. So they don't really know what happened to him. But everything that he said proved it too, because it's like even though the movie is showing a documentary of what happened and they tried to make it like change some of the stuff, it proves the same story. It's like everything they show us a lot of times it goes backwards to being the same story, but it's the truth. It's turned around, but when you look at it between the lines, you're still going to see the truth because they end up telling on themselves. They can't help but tell the truth because it's just too much truth in their face. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Uh-oh, I'm gonna drop from the stream. But anyway, guys, he'll probably join back in. I don't know if he had to do something, but basically, yeah, that's kind of what happened with the story. So there's another confirmation. How all the indigenous people, when all the indigenous people were in their areas or when they were doing what they were doing, these people were coming in and taking over and, acting like they weren't there and trying to cover it up and mask the real truth so they can, regenerate whatever facts they wanted, so on and so forth. And it's just been reoccurring over and over. Just like right now they're doing this. This is what all this corona stuff is, I believe. They're just trying to once they get rid of us, they can try to erase certain things because what I've noticed over the past maybe 15, 20 years, everything that's black of our past, any proof that's come up, anything that shows anything relevant or factual to our ancestral history being indigenous, they whitewash it, including the religion. So the religion that we have, we already know that that's whitewashed. You know, every time that they give us anything to look at as being factual or being the truth, we know that something in it has changed, and it's actually something that's gonna oh, there you go, brother. It's gonna do something to us. So yeah, brother. Basically I know you kind of got cut off when I was talking about that, but yeah, that movie was kind of crazy. Another confirmation about that. Everybody's been talking about this landing and stuff. What are you feeling about that?
Shit, shit, I kind of missed it because I had to power my whole phone down, but I did catch the melanin and fiber though. You said you was about to build on, and both of those come from the sun, right?
Yes.
All
I
right,
was saying,
so
well,
cool.
what happened? What's his name? Wisdom wanted to talk about the fibers in it. I don't know if it was something he found some information. He said he had dug up. You know how he go deep too, like me. He go to reading something else. So he was saying he found some information with the fibers that was connecting to something he wanted to talk about. So I was hoping he was gonna join me. So that's what I wanted to build on. But what I end
But
up switching to
but
once
but
he get
but
the time. Oh, I'm
but you
sorry. Go ahead,
just
brother.
nailed. I'm saying you just nailed it when you said he wanted to talk about the fibers that was connecting to something, and that's exactly what fibers do is connect. So I would believe he would be saying after he read what he read or whatever is the fibers, it would be the materials of melanated beings. Well, not to say the soulful materials because there's beings that's not melanated, which that would be
Mhm.
a half lie anyway. But there's beings that has a lack of melanin. Let me put that in there. But
Right,
when we
right.
talk about the fiber, right,
Hmm.
then we got to deal with the vision, right? So now we got to deal with the fiber optics. So now, cool. When they try to duplicate fiber, what they do, you see what I'm saying? So my thing with it is the fiber. You would have to have a certain amount of fiber, I believe, for the melon to even activate. If there even is something called melanin, you see what I'm saying?
Right, right.
How would
And
you
when he
look at
said
it?
it, he said fiber, brother. Now check this out. Soon as he said fiber, my mind automatically said fiber optic. Now he didn't say, he didn't say the fiber optic. So for some reason, I just feel like that's what he's gonna be saying or talking about. Something like for some reason when he said fiber, I'm thinking fiber optic. Like you know how the cable, um, what is it? Like the cable wires. Remember they used to use like the cable wires like on the poles or whatever. You know now they use fiber optics, bro. They don't use the regular cable wires for the cable like that. If they do, it's a different type of wire. I know that.
Right, exactly. But all right, now, cool. Now, here go the elephant in the room.
Hmm.
If we can obtain fiber, how is it, or is they materializing fiber? Since we saying fiber optics and we talking about cords, this, that, and the third.
Mm.
So is they abstracting something from the body or putting something in the body, or is it even the same thing? You see what I'm saying? So now, eh, that's why we need to go to school. We don't need to go to school to try to get a career or nothing. We need to talk to people that's figuring these things out. Because me personally, I know what a television pixel is,
Mm.
but I don't know how they put that together to put a TV screen together. And I don't even know how they even thought of how to do it, let alone make the material to do it, then do it in a mass production. So right there, that's a whole different mind frame. But I ain't mean to run off topic. We can get back on drift though.
You hit it, brother. Because when you said that, right? Like I said, soon as he said fiber, right? I was like fiber optics. So I'm thinking like fiber optic. I'm thinking fiber optic, the connections for the melaninites and the neurons and everything that the melanin helps when it comes to producing the energy and how it flows and all that. So I'm thinking that's why I thought fiber optics, right? Mind's eye, peace, mind's eye. Thanks for showing up with me, brother. I appreciate you. And after that, the fiber optics, it made me start thinking later. I came back to the house, and I was thinking, I'm like, well, dang. I said the fiber optics. I said, ain't that the same mess they use with the cable? I had to ask my son just to make sure. I was like, ain't the fiber optics what they use? Or ask my daughter. Right? I said, ain't that what they use for the cable? The cable TV. And she said, I think it is. So I'm thinking like, I believe that's what they use for the phones too. I think they started using or they changed the phones for fiber optic so it can increase with the 5G stuff. And I believe that the fiber optics, with the fiber optics, if I'm not mistaken, I know this guy I used to know, this white guy, he used to do fiber optics. And he said that he used to have to dig down, like way deep down. And he was saying how thick the freaking cords was. Like he was like, yo, they heavy. It's not like no little light, like extension cord type cord. They're like real thick, heavy cords. So I went to thinking about that. So I'm thinking like, well, they these big, thick, heavy cords. And from I don't know a lot about it, but I can remember he said something
But
how go what you was gonna say, brother. Go ahead. I was just trying to think
it
as I was talking.
it wasn't you could finish, but it wasn't a 5G. It was for the HD and the plasma and the TVs and all that. But no, I wasn't for the
Mm,
5G connection. It was for so we can get these TVs that look realistic. So they started running. That's where the optic come in. At. You know what I mean? That's where optical illusion,
right, right.
fiber optics. So we're gonna use these cords to transmit this signal in such a speed you can see it in HD. So I guess it would tie in back into the 5Gs and stuff, but it's yeah, because they still using the signal.
Right.
They still
What's up,
using the
brother? Thanks
signal.
for coming. Wisdom on Sir Drop.
Yeah, I'm trying to join on my computer. You will send me can you send me send it to my email so I can pull it up
Send it
on
to
my.
the
Well,
email.
actually, let
Yep.
me ask you what's the channel again? I'm trying to find it for some reason. I guess I'm not on the right channel.
You ain't gonna be
Sister,
able to find it, bro.
I
You can
know
It's
tell
you
him,
told me
Sister
to
sis.
Soul with the
find
It
it.
main
ain't
radio,
gonna.
right?
Yep, I'm finna hold on. I'm finna send it to your email, brother. Hold on, I got it. I'm just gonna go out for a
Yeah,
quick second and do it. Give me a second.
it be because when you type in that sister soul, man, so much shit come up. It's like you gotta actually like. I caught it off a comment. They commented on something, so I was like, boom, there it go, and then I was able to subscribe. But when I tried to type it in, that sister soul, it's too much algorithm to it. It's like a man.
Dang, I need
You
to change my name, the thing. Then I hate that, brother.
or put soul sister. I still might say the
But
same
I
thing.
can't, bro. That's my name. That's my name on the station. That's my name on the radio station. I can't change my name. I mean, that's my name. That's literally my name. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, yeah. I
Oh,
was
okay.
just
I
trying
know
to
I'm on
think
the
of a
stage trying to
name that
send him
you
the
can add with it. Uh, uh,
something
yeah,
to
that's
change
a
it, maybe.
popular. No, you can't change it. You gotta rock out.
My
I don't
son say
know
I got to get more subscribers. Drop.
that too, but when you dealing with hey sister, soul sister, and then you got that sister, it's so much that come up when you type that in.
Oh, the
Like if you even go on
name.
Google, you go on YouTube, you type it in yourself, so much come up because the algorithm. Now, if
I
your name was
see.
uh Riggedy Row, right? It'll come up right soon as you put it in because it's not a lot of Riggedy Rows.
So should
When
I change it to main radio Sister Soul?
maybe Soul Radio, so it's catchy. Soul Radio,
Soul
yeah,
Radio.
yeah, and that might be able to pop up. See if it pop up first though, and then you might have to change it again. Like oh, it ain't popping. Like when you put it up there, go on a whole nother phone or something and type in Soul Radio, and then like so you on your daughter phone or your niece's phone or your auntie phone, and when you type in on their YouTube, and you be like, all right, there I go right there, cool, so they can get to it. Because
Oh,
sometimes this how I know when shit don't even pop up. I just go to grab somebody else's phone and be like, let me go to your YouTube right quick, and I'll type in something I drop, and I see it's not even in the feed, so I'll be like, okay, they hiring me. It's cool. I ain't even tripping.
thanks, Mind's Eye. Make sure you do, babe. You know your word be spitting it too. Mind's Eye said he gonna join if we still live when he get home. Hopefully,
Straight up. Cause I
hopefully.
just got home myself. I thought so we still miss times, huh? 'Cause I'll tell you, I'm
Right.
6 o'clock, 7 o'clock central, and you Eastern.
Oh, right. But I
Mm-hmm.
said that. I said you. I thought you probably still was just busy. I said, well, I said, brother said he was coming on. I just what I ended up doing, brother, was reading some stuff from this book of knowledge about basically about the past and some of the tricking and how they telling us stuff, but then they put it right in our face, the truth about stuff and just lies as always. And about that movie Z Nation. I don't know if you had ever seen it. My sister told me to watch it because of the stuff I be talking about and she was like, "Yeah, it's something about the underground city." So I was like, she said you need to watch it, and I watched it today. So I don't know if you've seen it, but yeah, I just talked about that briefly. Nothing big.
Mm-mm. So what's up with the drop? Mm-hmm.
Shit, man, cooling out, man. I just did 1,000 push-ups, bro, straight.
I don't believe you, man.
Wait a minute, a thousand? I thought he said 100 at first.
I heard him say that crazy shit before. I like, hell no. Drug retarded, man.
Mm. So,
Hey,
brother, we ready
I
too.
keep it pushing, man.
Mm. Well,
How long you going? Your show already over?
what you say?
You still on your radio show?
Oh no, my show is.
You say
Hey,
yeah?
look, no, you supposed to be talking about the fiber optics or the fiber
Yes.
with the melanin. Come on, quit playing, wisdom.
Yeah, they were just trying to make sure. You know what I mean? Just trying to, let me know.
I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead, bro. You got it. Cause I want to hear your spiel.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna be trying to pull up a little. Probably had to screen share it a little bit or whatever. Try to walk it down like that. It does all right with Sister Soul.
Yep. I don't have to do nothing, do I, bro? You talking about some screen share. I don't want to mess nothing up. You know, I don't know too much about this stream yard. I'm still trying to.
Oh yeah, you got a professional drop on there. I know I do a little bit too, so we'll get
Okay,
it figured
okay.
out.
All right.
Hold on, let me pull that right quick.
I know I was. I did a couple. I got a few on there. If you look on my page, you'll see I got like a couple of videos on there. One I did one morning, one of my meditations on there, and just a little couple of things. I said, let me just try this.
Yeah, cause I sure thought I had a little more time. Cause you know how I do it. You gotta get my smoke on everything, baby. I ain't lying, trying to get me a little food in me and shit. And drop like, nah, fuck
Yeah.
all the bullshit. Well, come on. In the break time, then come on. You already late.
Hey, what was your old name again?
My channel was called Go Live.
Go Live, yeah. You gotta get back to the Go Live. That was fire.
I just might, man. You know what I
I'm gonna
mean?
take it if you don't. I'm gonna make a separate channel.
It's
I'm gonna be
already.
talking.
I got to. You already logged in. Still, I just
I'll
might,
be
man.
fucking
And
with
I
you.
was doing it when everybody started going live too. I was like, damn, ain't that some shit? You know what I
But
mean?
no, that Go Live is just catchy as fuck,
I
boy.
think them bitches stole my shit, drop. I think like before they came up with the Go Live shit, I was already named that. And I said, I think them bitches saw my shit and then they started going live, bro. Like that's what the fuck happened. They
I
created that
wouldn't
shit.
doubt it. You know, you
They
gotta come
stole.
to the.
Oh,
They
I'm sorry.
stole what? No, you got it.
They stole. I was gonna say, drop. They stole from my baby the idea. The what you call it? What they doing? What everybody doing now? What you call this thing? The oh gosh, what the stars doing? Where you got to pay them to be on their channel and see them.
Oh, like the
And they
promotion type shit.
scamming with that shit too for a feature. Hell yeah.
What is called?
I forget what it's called.
But you know what I'm talking about, right? My daughter made that up, right? Years ago. She made it in Google. She drafted it up. She did a small business plan for it.
Wow.
And everything. She trying to see about suing their ass. Because what happened, Google had to have went in her drive and got her information. And I believe they do that because they did that to me before with something else. And I'm like, how the hell somebody got this information? Google can do that. And they will do that.
Yes,
And
because
I
they got
believe they
access
took
to
my
all
baby
your shit.
information.
I could
Yep.
tell you two things that they took from me. I don't care what nobody say. All right,
And
you
this,
got beast mode, right? They
mhm,
took that straight from me, right? But well, I took it. I took it from Area 51 video game on Atari, right? They're going to beast mode. So 15 years later, I'm like, man, I'm in beast mode. Next thing I know, they calling
right.
Marshawn Lynch beast mode. But I'm still talking this shit like a year before. And then now this is came from everywhere. Buzzkill, but when I started saying it, is when I started hearing it on a random. I don't know if it's sort of like how you buy a car, then you start seeing the same car. I don't know. But soon as I started saying Buzzkill, I started seeing commercials, this, that, and the third. Now I didn't make Buzzkill up, but it's like soon as put it into the universe, that's when it want to manifest itself. And it's like,
Exactly.
well, is they listening or is it that I put it in the atmosphere?
And you're right. It could be either or drop. So when I say they stole my shit, it could be either
Right.
or, just like what you said. You know what I mean?
Right. Could be like that with my daughter too. It's
Yep.
just crazy. They put the whole damn I mean they literally do the thing just like she did it. Well, not exactly like it, but they damn near mocked it. Just it's crazy.
Yeah,
The
I got the
OnlyFans, that's
screen
the name of
share
it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
on there. Yeah, I think you got to click on it though to share it
Oh,
from.
so
You should have said you
where
should
should I look at?
the same
More?
place where everybody get with everybody when you see everybody when you bring them up to the panel, you should
Okay.
see a
Okay.
little thing, a little box with
Okay.
the
Oh, I see
information.
it. Yep. There you go. Okay, I
Hmm.
got it. Oh, easy.
Yep, it's real simple. Yeah, I think everybody. Let me try to make it a little bigger. Hey, this is gonna get a little deep, man. I'm about to let y'all go in sometime on it so I can have time to roll up and shit. You know what I mean? I ain't
All right,
lying.
let us know, bro. I'm
Yeah,
about to mute though.
but it ain't gonna take much to it. But okay, are you familiar with the projection fibers? Are you familiar with it?
You said projecting fiber.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you say, just because you said the word, I'm afraid the men dropped before you got on. We were saying we were talking about what you were going to talk about, and I told him that you said you were fibers with the melanin, and I didn't tell you this, brother, but when you said fiber, the first thing came to my mind was fiber optic. So I was thinking automatically fiber optic, fiber optic. So when I came home, my mind steady was rambling fiber optic. I'm like, what the heck, fiber optic? Then I remember what the fiber optic was, and from what you're saying, it sounds like the same damn thing. But go ahead, brother.
Okay, I'm just gonna run through shit. I'm gonna
Go
be.
ahead, but
I'm,
hold on, right quick, and you
go ahead.
got it. So you know about the hollow what is it? Uh, the projected images, the holograms.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? You know how like you can go watch a Michael Jackson show, but it'll be a hologram of him. Is that
Right.
projected fibers? I'm just asking because I don't know what projected fibers is. I'm just trying to see
Yep,
if
basically drop is like kind of like
It
a
sounds
little
like
mixed
it.
up all that shit, like on the cool. Cause you know projection is when you're putting something out off rip. You know what I mean? And we already
Mm.
know that all this shit is technically a hologram. So basically, we are projecting everything that we see through the chemical sensories and all that in our own brain. You see what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
basically, this is like tapping into it and dealing with that. You know what I mean? So okay, hold on. Let me grab my smoke right quick. But y'all have a chance. You I don't know if you feel like reading this or not, Sister Soul, but that'll get us started right there.
Oh snap! I should have been on the computer. I'm on the
Oh, sorry,
phone.
I do it. Hold on. I'm just trying to
No, I just trying
multitask.
to
Y'all
see.
give me
I can
give me
hear.
a second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm trying to get all my shit together. I got to you trying to do two things at one time. Hold on.
Take your time, brother. Ain't no rush. But what you just said. So boom. So basically, it sounds like the fiber optic. The fiber optic is what is excuse me,
Yeah.
is what produces and what expels the melanin to the vibrational frequency, so it has a
Yes,
higher
ma'am.
energy. Once it propels itself, that's where that light energy is gives a certain force or something, and then it's going to create what is that waveform information I'll be talking about. So the fiber optics connects to that and it pushes that out. So as I said, that waveform information is processed because of the fiber optic information that is processed through the melanin, because the
Mm-hmm.
light has to be processed through the melanin and for it to distribute it to a certain way. So I'm
no,
thinking from what you said, it's gonna boom, push that shit out, and it's like there it go. And there's the waveform that I was talking about, how what we see, because what we're perceiving is only so much of it. And that's all the senses. So when you say just a fiber optic pushing it out, it's taking
not.
all that information. Oh,
Look,
go ahead, brother.
look at this. Now you said it, and you kept going. When you store all that light, that's what the fiber optics do. This is how they push it through a TV or push it. They use artificial veins
Man,
instead of
y'all
the
smart.
veins of our
Mm.
body. But the fiber optic is the artificial veins, the bloodstream of these TV shows, of these internets, of these things. You know what I'm saying? All sort of like the ether net. Damn.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
my God.
Damn, you
I'm
saying it?
back with y'all. Y'all pretty much own it too. Drop that's real good.
You got
Okay.
it. Go ahead
All
and
right. So
read.
now, so projection fibers of the brain, also known as projection tracts of the brain, are a type of white matter tract that connects the cortex with the other areas in the CNS, which is central nervous system. Right. It connects the deep nuclei, the brain stem, cerebellum, or spine. All right, and then et cetera, et cetera. And then so it let you know it's dealing with the efferent motor or the afferent tracts of the sensory, right? So there's the afferent nerves and the sensory nerves. Okay, that information going to the brain, information being given to the brain, then you act it out on the motory side. Okay,
Right.
so now let's go to the different ones. Okay, let me see. More organized. Well, actually, I'm just gonna run through some notes that I already have on it. So we just keep on running through it, right? And so like I said, it deals with the deep nuclei, the brain stem, the cerebellum, or the spine, and then so it's dealing with the excitatory the excitatory neurons, right? And it projects to a variety of extracerebellum targets. Okay, so it deal with all the cerebellum targets. You know what I mean? That's what the is. So it's three parts. I'm trying to jumble it up, y'all. Let me just bring the shit out. Hold on, y'all. Trying to multitask. That shit gonna confuse the fuck out of people. Hold on. I'm saying that shit. Okay. Real drop. I'm finna go
You
space
said
just
I'm
there.
about to go right over your head. Let me rewind
Hell
it.
yeah.
Take it
Let me
back to
slow this
third
shit
grade.
down to people that damn it so they can
A
get it.
B C D E F.
Back to
I finna
preschool.
for real. I'm about to take off. I ain't lying. I'm like, nigga, where is you going?
Hey, that's what's good though.
And you, real quick, while you doing that, bro, I'm gonna say when it comes to that melanin, I swear, I'm sorry, y'all know I gotta stress it every time I get a chance to.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to that melanin, right, you have to think of the melanin that helps to produce the fiber optic energy that's inside, because what it does is absorb when it absorbs that and it processes it through the melanocytes. It pushes and forms that light energy because it keeps vibrating, vibrating, vibrating. The more it vibrates and vibrates and vibrates, it's just getting more excited, and that energy is propelled. You know.
That's right. I want to drop me to the way I can show my Word document. I can show my Word document
I
too, huh?
don't know. Hey, I
Let me
want
check.
to show y'all one thing though, because she said
Yeah, bro.
this. Now listen. Now here's what I want to show y'all, right? All right, now listen. You see these football men, right? You gotta be
Mhm.
an OG to know what these motherfuckers is. But if you ain't, you're bad. Now listen, this is plastic, right? Now when I
Mhm.
cut on that vibration, you see them move? There
Right.
ain't no wires in these motherfuckers or nothing. Hold on, let's go. See.
Right.
You see
You
what I'm
see
saying?
it.
It's the vibration. You seeing how
Right.
we move off the vibration. It's not wires connected to this, man. This is not a PlayStation. This is a cool.
It's a
Never
board.
mind that part. Yeah, exactly. But it's the vibration that makes people move. And they show us this with these plastic little men. Now, mind you, we bet $100 a game on this weird ass shit too. You gotta be an OG. Just look up electric football. Oh
Hey,
my
so,
god, you
so
gotta
you
be
can share it again for me. So you click on it again for me.
oh my bad, Joe. I ain't mean to.
Oh no, it's all good. It's good intermission,
But I
man.
heard her say the energy and all that. So I had to
Right, bro.
put it in real time because this is what I'm doing over here dealing with real energy. Vibration.
Yeah, can you click on
Frequency.
it? Can you see it? So
You added it again. Hold on.
yeah, click on it again for me.
Okay.
So they're gonna kind of help me get straight to the
I'm sorry.
goddamn
I thought
point.
you hung it up. I didn't know. I had.
Yeah, I had went to something else just so I can kind of get straight, straight to the point. Cause I already got the shit like kind of mapped out or whatever. So try to get it where y'all can see it. Make the shit bigger, just a little bit bigger, so people can read it. You can see that drop. Y'all can see that. Y'all should be able to see it. Or it's still too
Yeah, I
little
see
for people to
it.
read.
No, it's cool. Just read it out though.
All right. So we're dealing with the brain fibers, right? And so a different type of brain fibers. So the first section of the brain fibers we're gonna be dealing with is the commissurial. And help me out on pronunciation sometime, kind of country, all right? So the commissurial, I guess what that should say. And this is one that's dealing with the joint between two bones, okay? Is a band of nerve tissue connecting the hemispheres of the brain, the two sides of the spinal cord, okay, etc. It's a band, okay, a
Brother, I'm
band.
sorry. I don't want
Mhm,
to stop you. I don't want
mhm.
to stop you or cut you off, but I can't see the thing because you got the whole screen. Do y'all see? It did I add Huey on? Because I don't. It looked like I can't see him.
You probably have to take your comment down. You might be able to see them. Mine's our comment.
Okay. Oh, it's the banner. I got a banner up too. Trying to talk junk.
Yeah,
Okay, here we
talk
go.
to him. See if he on there. If you say something to him,
Oh, I
he'll.
see it. Huey, you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm
Oh, he
here.
must
What's
be
up with
off.
y'all?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
What's
hey, bro.
up with it? You with it?
Thanks for joining.
What going on, Wisdom? What it do? What it do? Sister Soul finally caught you.
Yeah, man. We
Yes.
finally caught it, huh? Tell they
Yes,
gonna
got all
blow
my
up too,
boys
man.
on here. Y'all got
Hey,
me
that
hype right
hey,
now.
that
Y'all ready
name
to
hard as
go.
hell to find, ain't it? That name so hard to find.
I'm
Boy,
glad
Yes.
you
trying
over
to
here
tell
too,
you.
because you're gonna look at the words and goddamn it, he gonna go crazy. You know what I mean? Because certain shit gonna say certain shit. So hey, feel
Right.
free to chime in. You know what I mean? We did make it this good joint effort. You know what I'm saying? For real. So I'm just trying to run through them, right? Y'all should be still, y'all. It's not too big on the
Yep.
screen, is it?
It's fine.
Okay. All right. So now we're dealing with the commensural fiber, right? And it's the joint between two bones, first of all. So that sounds like the cartilage and shit, right? And then it's a band of nerve tissue connecting the hemispheres of the brain. So it's connecting the two hemispheres of the brain. That's what these fibers do. And it's and the two sides of the spinal cord. So it let you know you got two sides of the spinal cord that communicate with each other that has something to do with these same fibers. Okay. And it's a band is a band is a range. I defined the word band. Okay. A band is a range of frequencies or wavelengths in a spectrum, especially of radio frequencies. Okay. And also a stripe or elongated area of different color, texture, or composition than its surroundings. So it letting us know that a band of frequencies deals with wavelengths of the spectrum, and in these radio frequencies or whatever, what they call a stripe, also called stripes or elongated areas, and they dealing with different colors, textures, and compositions that's around it, right? So different frequencies that form different colors and shit like that that we know, like the chakras or whatever the case. Okay, so now it's
Hold on,
saying that.
brother. Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
brother.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, brother. I don't mean to cut you. And I hate to do that. But what you just said rung something. Last week, I don't remember who said what, but we was talking about something with what you just said. And something came up about the zebras with the stripe. We was talking about the Z. The Z. I think you said something about the Z. I don't remember, but that is going with what you just said. With the zebra, with the stripe, we were talking about how the forming and all of that comes because something had to do with it being the black and the white with the stripe. I hate that I can't remember, but I wish one of y'all would. But I didn't mean to cut you out, brother. But I was hoping you remembered.
Oh no, it's all good. Whenever you got to come in, go yeah. All right. So it say these fibers also, according to definition, represent the line where the upper and the lower lips or eyelids meet. Okay. So now
Mm.
when we get to the origin, this is where it started to get interesting. Okay. They're still just dealing with these one fiber. Okay. So it's late Middle English from Latin commissura, meaning junction. Okay. Then it says from committeri, meaning join, and they told you to see the word commits. Now I said, notice this is a junction, meaning to join, right? Considering the past conjunction, obviously is a separation of the celestial bodies, but a joining or junction of energies. You see, they left that part out, right? They say, oh, the great conjunction, right? That's just the
Hmm.
planets lining up. But they didn't tell
Say it
us about
again,
the
brother.
energies that's lining up, that's becoming junked together, though.
This great alignment that they've been blocking and casting a spell over the whole skies on.
Yes.
Hmm.
So a junction is when the energies itself is lining up from these different celestial bodies, and a conjunction is just the bodies independently just lining up. You see what I'm saying? They don't have anything to do with the energy, right? So now,
Right.
um, I went on down. I say, nope. This could possibly explain the Aquarian age that they're talking about, the age of meaningful collaboration and new figurations of foundational truths. Okay, so now let's keep going. So we're still dealing with the commissural fibers. Commissural fibers of the brain, also known as commissural tracts, of the brain or commissures or whatever are a type of white matter tract that cross the midline of the brain, right? It crosses. We know about the cross, right? How you were saying too about the optic tracts and all that, right? So it's saying it's crossing the midline of the brain, and it's a connecting the same cortical area in opposite hemispheres, right, left hemispheric connections. Okay, so now say that the cortical area is an area of the cortex including the precentral gyrus and the placentral, in the post-central, right? Y'all see here in that word central, we know that 0 point, that, you know what I mean, all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Post-central gyrus and combining, right, sensory and motor functions and, in the visual area and the visual cortex. The cortical area receives information from the lateral geniculate body of the thalamus. Okay, so the cortical area receives the information from this lateral geniculate body of the thalamus. Okay, I should have put pictures on this shit too, but when I go back to the pictures, okay. So in anatomy, the word cortical is relating to the outer layer of the cerebrum. It's the outer layer of the cerebrum. And in botany, it's relating to or forming an outer layer of tissue immediately below the epidermis. Okay, the epidermis is the top layer of your skin, y'all. So it's saying it's right below your epidermis. It's the epidermis of a stem. Oh, sorry, go ahead, sorry.
Don't that sound like they talking about the placenta too? That's the same thing as the birthing and the forming of the baby in the womb and the placenta. It's right there, like next to the skin. It's not
Yes,
saying that, but
ma'am.
that's what it sounds like.
That's exactly what they're explaining too. You know, like you're talking about your real flesh. Your real flesh is under your skin.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? The skin is actually covering the flesh.
Exactly. It's sort of like the, you know how you crack that egg open and it got the shell, but you got the film around the egg,
Right.
are sort of like you can rub your arm and pull off the dead skin. It's the first barrier. It's the first barrier of our anatomy structure. Put it like that. But go ahead.
And
And it's the same as as we was just talking about them fibers, right? Them fiber optic wires.
mhm.
And you just said it's like the veins. It showed when you look at them wires, it looked like how a picture of the vein. If they were showing you that picture of how the veins look within the skin and all that stuff, and then it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. That's crazy.
That's right. Now watch this. It's a note. This tissue is wrapped around the stem or root. It says so then. So I said so then. The cortical is the buffer between the inside and outside. And it's like a protector or covering, right? So this,
Right.
so this caused me to consider Luke 2:7, where it says, and she brought, she brought forth her firstborn son and wrapped him in swaddling clothes and laid him in the manger because there was no room for him in the inn. This is in the Bible. Okay, so when I referred to all that, I was like, oh, this is what the fuck they're talking about. So watch this. The word swaddle, according to the Bible, right? The word is in the Bible. The word swaddle is swathe, which means wrapped in several layers of fabric. That's what it means. And it says a piece or strip of material in which something is wrapped, right? So I took this as Mary organizing the information in different ways or in a procedure. This is what she's talking about. When she's talking about how she wrapped Jesus up, knowing that Jesus is the word of God. So you know how you have some potent information or whatever, you might go too far over their head. So you got to organize, you got to break it down so people can understand it, right? So this is what is explained to me when I had to go back and look into the words and see what the fuck was going on. So now it's like I said, it's like crawling before you walk. It said you can't give someone too much information at a time because it would be an overload. It,
Mm-hmm.
it said it had to be boxed up and packaged. It has to be decorated, aka spoken in parables for those that do not understand. And
Mm-hmm.
it's a
And that's where you get full plate from. When they be like, man, no, my plate full.
that's
That's
right.
what
I
they
can't take
mean
no
by that.
more.
Yeah, like I can't eat all this. Don't even put that much on my plate. But go ahead.
All right. It's a and what's interesting is that Jesus said just that. And I got Matthew 13, 13, 15, 17. But I ain't go to it. I was like, but let's continue to keep to my point, right? So we're in Luke 2 and 7. They say laid in the manger because there was no room in the inn. And I said, ooh wee. Now watch this. A manger origin means chewed, like to chew up something, chewed. And it's like from mander to chew. This definitely confirms not giving too much info at once. Okay, you know
Man,
how they
that's
say it.
crazy. I was just talking about that
Yes,
today on the earlier thing. I was talking about choo choo, how the train go choo choo, choo choo
Right.
choo 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 choo. So like, yeah, the chewing is everything is being eating or ate because we're
that's right.
chewing it up, we're consuming it, we're eating it up, we're
Mm-hmm.
eating all of it up.
And you know how they tell you when you little, chew your food 20 times before you swallow. Make sure you're chewing it up really good.
That's right. And they tell you don't bite off more than you can chew too.
Don't bite off more than you could chew.
And don't
Hey,
write a check that your ass can't cash, huh?
Mm.
So
hey,
yeah, I
but
thought that was pretty interesting that the word. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, that I'm back. I'm still on that chew. I
Okay.
want y'all to tell me another word with chew, and I'll
You,
fucking wait. No, no,
Like
Hugh.
with the
no,
word, like with the word chew.
no,
Yeah.
that no, chew, not you. No,
Wow.
you have to go like you have to go like let me see,
No,
chewable,
I was thinking like this: chewing or choosing. When
chewing,
you're
yeah,
choosing, that's
choose.
choose.
There
Yo,
you
that's
That's
a
go.
to
good one.
choose. You
Choose.
choose a
That
choice.
boy,
I was saying that earlier, like a choice. When you're using choice, that's choosing. That's to choose.
Mm.
To choose something,
Mhm.
that's to choose. That's like choo choose. Choo choose is like choo choo. You know what I mean? So
Mm.
it's like to
mm,
choose. It's like when we're to choose something, is to eat it, to bite. A being bite is a chewing. You know what I mean? So like house shoe is still chewing because it's chewed. It's a hewing of a chew, man. It's like everything is being eating. When you're looking at something, you're chewing it. Your eyes is clamping down. You're blinking. You're biting. You're taking a bite out of everything you see. You remember the Scruff dog? He said, "Take a bite out of crime." Because we seeing it, y'all. It's everything is
you just said the truth.
That's right. And so,
That's the truth.
and
Man,
what's funny
man,
about it,
the truth is the truth. But go ahead, you got it.
and it's funny, like
yes.
go back to what you were saying too. You know, like it seemed like it's something eating something because the word is man de ear. You know what I mean? Like it's man deer or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like eating, like almost like you manning the food, basically, like you manning what you take in. Anyway, let me keep going, y'all. I want to keep
Baby.
going. All right, so it say instead. So I explained what okay. I want y'all to follow me now. That the word that I just looked up was the word that was in the Bible where it say where we talking about how she laid Jesus down in a manger. Okay, so this manger that we talking about that she laid Jesus down in is not talking about no goddamn crib like they think they was talking about. No, you know what I'm saying? It's just talking about something that is chewed, like giving bite-sized piece. She wrapped them up, right? Remember, follow again now. She wrapped up Jesus, which is the word of God. All this potent ass energy that her higher self that she ready to put on their ass, but they can't take it. So she got to break it down in small size bites so that she can start teaching what she know. You see what I'm saying? So this is
Oh,
where we going with it. Go ahead.
okay. So now, when I just heard you say that this time, even though everything else was ringing, and it still is, but I also heard the light. You said when she wrapped the word in the blanket and something you said. I'm thinking, oh, okay. My first thought was when you were saying that, who is Mary? Who was freaking Mary? And then my other thought was that, okay, she took the light. So Mary had the light, and when she took the light, she wrapped the light and swaddled it, and she tried to cover the light. This is what I'm hearing. Okay, just to catch me if y'all can, because I don't know where it's going, but this is what I heard. So she took the light. Mary took the light. She swaddled the light and covered it. She tried to cover it in many layers and layers and layers. She covered the layers of swaddle on top of the light to cover it up, to harness it. You say to hide it, to keep it maybe private or discreet from people so they wouldn't see certain things. But I see where she was hiding the light, covering the light. She was keeping the light from people because she didn't want them to understand or know that it was light. She didn't want them to see the word. She was hiding it for another reason. The reason she was hiding it was because something she was doing to keep that
Yeah,
light from
she's
being
protecting the
exposed
light.
to
All right,
the
cool. But
right. But I'm not
we
hearing
know
that,
what
brother.
she
I'm
was
not
doing.
seeing
She
that.
was concealing the fire. She was
Man,
killing.
it
She
was
was
Right.
a white
concealing that
woman.
flame. She was concealing that the pistol or something that she was concealing that burn. She
Man,
was concealing that
you
urge.
wisdom wisdom has sex with that white woman. That's what it's concealing. Listen, man, when that black baby came out, they like, hold on. This is why they call the black man God. Like, how the fuck this happened? Now we
Hmm.
gotta understand, where's the region at with Adam and Eve? Is it in the African region or is
No,
it in the
all that
Roman?
shit
Is it
is
Uh oh.
totally
Uh
fake
oh.
as
Uh
fuck.
oh.
That's what I'm
Hold
trying to tell
on.
you. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me
where
tap
it
on that
happened
before
at?
y'all
Because
go anywhere, brother.
It ain't having
from what I
nowhere. It
read, hold on, stop, and y'all can come right in. From what I studied, this shit happened in every region. So you can't just say over here when I study all these other people's things and they saying the same thing.
Because, brother, check this out. Now, let me say this. Now, think about it. The Bible, when it came to be about 1400s, right? So when they formed the Bible, there were reasons for them forming it the way they did, because we already know that their parables, things are mixed up. They have things in places they shouldn't be, so on and so forth. And when we think about that, right? We have to think of what's being hidden with all that. So boom, back to that beginning story, that light being the light that actually was what was the reflection on the water, the Jesus that walked on water. That's that concept of that, where we understand that Jesus was literally the living word, the walking word, the light. He was just energy. Because it was the same energy that was at the beginning. Because in the beginning, the Bible says, in the beginning, God created man and
Uh,
woman. The man and woman was that light, which the one energy. There was not no separation in the flesh. There was just the light energy that was created. Then when it says after that, that there was no one to till the earth where everyone was gone, everything got confused because everyone that fell down came, start mixing with the lights, getting involved, all this and that. Then the next thing you know, Eve fell up under the spell because everything came into the physical and the Adam was exposed. And this is what I'm kind of hearing when he's talking about this story about Mary and Jesus. It took me back to that for some reason because I'm thinking she was hiding the light. Mary's hiding the light. Mary is a lie. The whole story about Mary is a lie. This is all I'm thinking in my head. Who is Mary? Mary's a lie. She's a story out of nowhere. She's fictitious. She's lying because she's acting about one thing. She's trying to tell the story to put people in the mind of something else because the whole true fact was that she tried to cover up,
See,
did not want people to understand that the
see what?
light, Jesus,
Okay, so
was
check it out.
not the
I think you on to it to the soul, but I don't want you to run out too far though. You know what I mean? Now, hiding, considering it to a certain extent, yes. So let's consider Mary being like the beginning of the secret societies almost. You know, like to where remember how we was explaining how giving people too much information can hurt them, it can damage them. You know, because they don't
right.
understand what you're saying. It's like you're talking over their head.
Right.
So like she received this influx of information, you know what I mean? And so she don't really know how to give it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like you with your melanin stuff, right? How you trying to explain certain things, you had to go so many places to really, you know what I mean? You haven't really quite know how to. I don't understand, not saying you, but a person don't know how to quite really narrow it down all the ways where they don't have to be so lengthy with it. You see what I'm saying? And I'm thinking that's what they
Yes.
explain. You see what I'm saying? That she just got this overflux
Man,
of information, and now she got to figure out how to give it to the people without blowing her cover almost. You know what I mean? Because you
right.
remember,
And her cover, listen, bro, her cover is that mixed baby. Just like the cover of Moses was he albino, and they like, well, hold on, I'm gonna ship you down to your grandfather now, which would be Thut Moses because he was albino, and they would have killed that nigga. The same thing. She got to come up with something. I don't fuck one of these guys, bro. And that's the Mary story. So when this melanated, this mulatto come out, this woman, she got to say something.
yeah,
Dude,
but
like I ain't fucked you.
understand the picture I'm
How's
trying
you
to paint to
pregnant?
you. Now we get the
Oh
regular
my
story. How
bad. Go ahead.
about
You got it. You
the story
got
that
it.
I'm trying to paint is that shit ain't real, my nigga. Drop ain't no damn baby, ain't no manga, ain't
Ooh,
no
that was fire.
motherfucking you know what I'm saying? Ain't no N and all the
That
shit
was
they trying
fire.
to explain. That's why I'm breaking the words down. So you can know what they mean by manga. So you
Yeah,
can
that
know what
was
they
fire.
mean by
Go ahead. My bad for interrupting, but
yeah.
that was fire.
You know, because the problem is drop people looking at it literal, so can't nobody come with no real understanding because everybody like, hold on, but where was that or all the
It,
small shit? You know what I mean? Like what if
it
they ain't
ain't
talking
no
about none of this
baby.
shit? Hell no, ain't no baby.
Nigga, they talking about
But but
spirit
but
only.
but but wisdom. I
Mhm.
swear to me, it seems like it ain't no Mary. To me, it seems like this is
It
all
ain't
a
no
lie.
marriage, so
Okay. And it's but not so much about I don't think I'm saying it right. What I'm saying is that even with the Mary, let's go with the story like it was a Mary, right? I'm saying that the whole thing of with it is covering the light, covering that light, swallowing to make sure nobody sees and understands and knows the light. Saying even with
so
I swear,
hold
even
on,
with
hold
what
on.
Sir
So,
Drop said. Let's say
mhm.
if she's screwed and she was like, "Oh, I don't mess with the guy. They gonna see this mulatto baby." Whatever the case may be, she don't want nobody to see it. Why you don't want nobody to see it, Mary?
See, I really
It's a
want you to hear
reason.
me though, so
Okay,
I'm
I'm
totally
sorry, bro. 'Cause
I'm really agreeing with you. I'm telling you, yes, she is covering up the light because she is protecting it. So she's covering it up. Like your skin protects your spirit, right? You know, so yes, Mary is inside of Joseph. Mary and Joseph is the same beings that gave birth to this information called Jesus.
Hey, you want to know one thing that never happened?
What's that?
Like you said, like all that never happened, like we talking about. But one thing is the truth is what the hell they talking about.
That
So
part.
so so
You gotta
yeah.
know
So
what
when
they're
you
talking about.
looking like when what they talking about is real. It's
So
sort of
why?
like watching a
Keep going.
movie, right? You know how you watch a movie and you got it right at there's one line. You know how you watching a movie and that shit touch you, but it's a movie, it's fake, but the message was so real
That
that you
part.
can't ignore it.
That part right there,
If you
drop.
ignore it, then you just like you the type of person that go. You know
See,
how like you
I think that's
stand
why I want
your
people who want to get the message. Like fuck all the small shit. Let's get the message. Like, what is this motherfucker shit saying? And then we'll realize it's saying what we already know. You see what I'm
Facts.
saying? They be like, damn, they was really saying this shit. Like, what is everybody else talking about?
Facts. Can
it's
y'all hear
sort
me?
of like
You see,
oh yeah, we hear you. Go ahead, bully.
Hey,
sir.
hey, hey, that's say the edge of your seat. That's the edge of earth. God damn it. This is your desk
Oh
and
my
you here to
good.
pay attention.
That
You
nigga
Mhm.
know,
said you on the edge of your seat.
Man came right in here
you
and
know,
said edge of earth. And there's some shit that I got written down that's finna follow up with all this shit. And it's talking about the goddamn edge, man. I'm telling you.
okay. Look, that's them
You know,
fingertips, nervous people bite them.
the fingertips, nervous people
The
bite them.
edge is,
Hey, hey, if you ain't living on the
look, and where
edge,
you
you ain't
see
living.
nervous people, right. And look, that's the tightrope. I remember that song that guy sang on Scarface. walking on a razor's edge. And shout out to you, Sister Soul. I don't need to be disrespectful. You know, greatness
I
to you,
know, bro.
sister.
They were talking when I popped you in. Shout out to you. Thanks for showing out.
And we about to get your shit popping, man. It was hard to find you. We about to get your shit lit.
Hey,
So I'm gonna keep on reading through this right quick. Yeah, so we won't get too far because I got a lot to show to
yeah,
read to
miss, I
y'all.
miss her every time.
Mhm.
Let's roll.
Okay. So
That
so
nigga wisdom, like, hold on, a tent hut. All right, cool. Go ahead. No,
it ain't
we
like
listening. Go ahead, bro. I'm just fucking with you, man. Go ahead.
making y'all talk about it, right? And it's gonna be
No, I'm just
leading.
bringing entertainment. That's
It's
all.
cool.
Go ahead.
You
You
know what
got
I'm
it.
saying? Too, right? So what I'm saying is, I'm excited to read it because it's gonna be explaining everything y'all just got finished going out the dome, bro, on freestyle. You see what I'm saying? Like that, it gonna let y'all know y'all own it. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So the manga mean chew. We already got that right. Mean to chew. It said just definitely confirms not giving too much info at once. Okay. And I say instead, she is giving bite-sized pieces of breaking it down. All right. It is a trough, feeder, or a crib for horses and cattle to eat from. Okay. So we talk about eating food. Okay. So I say, understand this knowledge is being broken down for Joseph, the priest. Because remember, Joseph is the priest. Okay. And so this game, his soul is Mary. And the spirit in him is the baby Jesus that she just gave birth to, you know what I mean? Which AKA the Holy Spirit, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. Okay, now cool. Let me keep going. All right, so Joseph is the priest, right? So in Luke 2, 4, and 5, it say, and Joseph also went up from Galilee to Bethlehem to be taxed. Okay, so taxed means to be charged. So like I got charged up. So like Holy Spirit, this is what we're talking about. We're not talking about no goddamn money. But they would have you think that, but because we know that money is energy. We know charge is energy. We know currency is energy. We know that.
It's us.
It's us. But when they speak about it, they make people think that they're talking about some fucking silver and gold and shit. But
And they turn energy into entity. I'm right
it's,
with you. Go ahead.
it's so but
Fact,
so if
brother.
you so you gotta really read between these motherfucking lines because they're telling us the truth, but they covering it up. Like Mary and giving different layers of the clothes. If you can't go through the layers, you ain't gonna catch what they're saying. Okay, cool. So I mean the reason why I put
Yeah,
charged
maritime
and
law.
shit. Come on now, we're in fucking maritime law. See, just like that, man. Okay, cool. And say, all right, with Mary his espoused wife being great with child, and we already know that means to fat her. You see what I'm saying? So we'll say she being great with child, it's fat her. Okay, and say this is explaining the cup or mind running over with wisdom. And say so in Luke 2:6, the word was delivered, and in Luke 2:7, it is becoming understood. And in Luke 2:7 through 11, Joseph, Mary, and the Son became the Savior of self, which is Christ the Lord. Okay? So now it say, and then to make it complete and official, check out Luke 2 and 12, where see what it say, right? It say, and this shall be the sign unto you. You shall find the baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in the manger. What did they say? Listen now, understand now. The book fucking said, like real talk, drop
That's right.
the mother in 2 and 12, right? What it say? It say, and
Right in
this
your
shall
face.
be a sign unto you. We know a sign means a symbol, symbolize some shit that ain't fake. And what's the sign? I mean, some shit that's fake, right? What's the sign? You shall find a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in the manger, letting you know that shit was a metaphor. Ain't no goddamn Jesus. Ain't no goddamn cradle.
And right, that's why it's just us. That's why Jesus say just us. That's why Jesus sees us. That's
Mm,
why devil is diva. That's why not
mm,
they want you to think the devil and God are man.
sir.
Right? Now cool. Now we dealing with a positive energy and negative energy. We're not dealing with human beings. Now what they trick the public to believe in is when they dealing with a God and a devil or Satan and Jesus that they're dealing with physical beings. That's where they
Mm,
fuck up at right there because the
So you can't
the the
explain that shit physically. You
the
go
en-
start.
the entity of, Lucifer or Satan or the devil can obtain 20 20 billion human beings at one time. The entity of God can do the same thing. It's not a person. It's a feel. It's a way of life. It's how you looking at it. You either evil or
Mhm.
you good as fuck. You either an evil son of a bitch
That's
and you
right.
need to bleed that shit out. This is what churches is shit is for. This is why I don't knock churches. It's some people that need to go
Right.
there and get around 100 people and bleed that shit out because they was about to fucking kill their goddamn baby mama or something. So they went to church. So I'm not gonna knock church, but once you wake up, you got to understand what church talking about. Church is nothing but feelings to let out. That's why they do all that fucking singing.
The church is your body, man. That's all it is. Ain't no such thing as
Hey,
no church made even had. Man. You know what I'm saying?
hey, and
That's a
look,
fire
look,
too.
say the whole thing with say spots, the leprosy. I know y'all familiar with leprosy.
Mm-hmm.
Say the spotted truth. You know, you get pieces or you get it in bits. You know, you don't
Body
see it
true.
in whole. You see a whole as spots. You know what I mean? But you don't see the whole ground. You know, people
That's
get
right.
themselves put in that.
Yeah, that
That's just
Roman. That's
yeah.
when that
So look,
Roman blood first. You got
look
it.
at this shit, man. It's literally it's like chicken pox. You know, the spots, the bumps on your skin, the bumps. This is leprosy, all forms of say hive. You know what I
Right.
mean? The hive, where they say you allergic to shit. Like you can't get stung by a natural bee or whatever the bee is. You know what I mean? If you getting stung by the people in the
Let
That's
me
right.
ask y'all some deep shit right quick.
say, the hospital, they stinging you with shots and shit. Of course of course you're gonna flare out when a natural shot injects you. You know what I mean? You gotta drop.
No,
I was
I
about to
want to
say
ask
something.
y'all some deep shit. All right, say you get a blood transfusion, right? From a let's say a Roman, right? You leave the hospital, right? They gave you the blood. You go have sex with your wife and have a baby. Does that complicate everything? Or does it still just be like the sperm got nothing to do with it? Because I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I wouldn't ask a
Wait,
question.
say that again, brother.
You
All
broke
right,
up
cool. You
on
get a
my end.
blood you in a car accident. Boom. You need a
Mhm.
blood transfusion. They give you a Russian motherfucker's blood, right? Man or female. You go home. 3 weeks later, you have sex. Does that blood transfusion have anything to do with the blood of the child at this point? Or we can
Mm.
take it deeper to a kidney or a heart transplant. Or
Now,
does it change who you is? Does
now
it
what
change
they
that
say,
thyroid?
brother, they say that once you get the transfusion or once you get a new organ from somebody else, right? Whatever your blood is, depending on who you are, your blood and your chemistry, they say, like you say, they say, we don't know this, but they say that your blood, your regular blood starts to, I guess formulate, but you can still have the blood of that person because what happens is people actually develop allergies that if they didn't have an allergy before, they might develop, certain things they can't do because of it. It's weird stuff with it. So it definitely affects them.
Facts,
Mm.
facts. And look on that note, where say things don't come together, like say mama blood don't mix with her mate, like the baby have say complications if the blood don't match. This whole thing with the thing that's because this is where we talking about the blood cause. You know what I mean? Two things not mixing, say the Bloods and Crips. You know what I mean? It's a buffer there. This blood cause gave you the word because or because, and where two things say genetically don't vibe together. You know what I mean? I'm kind of speaking from the point because my nephew, he was born into the world like this, and he had to have a bone marrow transplant due to,
Mm.
know, and he had to have blood transfusions and all of that because my sister's blood didn't mix, with her mate. So it's just kind of something that I wanted to add in there with y'all.
And
The
and
blood costs.
to add to that, bro, we'll never do it, and it would be smart to save our blood. Donate a pint of blood to yourself and tell your doctor, hey, put that up. Hey, put that up. So if I ever need it, I got my own blood I can go to. But I don't know how long they can keep it restored. But what I'm saying is, so say I've been donating a pint and I've been storing it up since I was 25. By the time I'm 90, if I need some blood, I got my own blood.
Own blood.
I been gave it to y'all. I wonder if that'll work. It's probably a catch
Hey,
to
and
it, but
something. That's something.
But
The
with the
own blood.
blood,
That's
what
the
they do
like we
is
get a lot of
they
that.
clean the blood though, Sir Drop. They really literally just take the plasma. They don't really keep the blood, the whole blood. When a person get a blood
Hmm.
transfusion, right? It's not like how in the movies they'll show the blood going there. It don't look like that. It's literally like clear. It's plasma.
The
Yeah.
hemoglobin or something like that is actually carrying the blood. Like they can't. Everybody got their own blood signature. Period. Like can't nobody have. You ain't got the same blood as your mama or your daddy. You ain't got the same blood. Everybody had their own blood. You know what I
that's
mean?
make you an
Hmm.
individual.
It makes
Hmm.
itself. Yeah.
All right, y'all. Let me run through this shit. We got all our brain fibers, y'all. Like, I'm trying to make us understand how our brain works, how that shit really casting out, and
Yeah.
you know. So
Look,
everything I just got
look,
finished talking
leprosy
about
though.
is the community. Oh, go ahead, man.
I was just gonna add that in, bro. The leprosy, the brain, the spots on the brain. You know what I'm saying? Like say the every lumpy surface or spotted surface. This is the whole thing with we're trying to get this thing that's say a disease. We not seeing the whole. We just seeing little lumps and spots. You know what I'm saying? And this is the leprosy, or these spots is the dents that we didn't see. You know what I mean? It's the identified thing we've been missing. This leprosy thing,
Yeah.
the spotted races. You know what I'm saying? All of this where we not seeing the whole, like where Drop was saying. I heard him say he don't know how they make the whole TV, but he know about the megapixels. You know what I'm saying? Like we just gotta look at it, the whole thing, like it's just a setup, man. Like I see that fucking the background rolling in with the sky. You know how they roll the stage in, the fucking curve off, this shit just get to dropping. It's easy as seeing it like that. You know what I mean? It's when you see the whole. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta stop pointing out the little dents, because like we could do that all day. You know what I mean? We've been doing that.
That's what I'm trying to do right now. Trying to pull out all the motherfucking the dent shit, man. So we can get some big picture shit, like how your brain works. Okay,
Look,
like
leprechauns, the little
yeah,
dents, the little people, the little, you know what I'm saying?
yeah. Then
But
the
he
one
got
that
the
had the
whole pot.
leprechaun was the magician,
Huh.
wasn't it?
Yeah, he got the whole pot though at the end of the spectrum.
Yeah, you
It's
mixing
like,
up the pot. You got to know how you got to know the ingredients in order to mix your pot the way you want them. So that means you can't work your brain unless you know how it works.
mm-hmm,
So I
exactly,
just
leprosy.
got finished running through the common serial fibers, right? That's the first one. Now
Uh-huh.
we on the projection fibers. All right. So all the other shit I just got finished running to y'all, all this shit got to do with your brain. So it all come from that word. All right. So now we on the projection part of the fibers. I think it's like 3 or 4 sections, right? And I think it's like 4 of them. So now we on the projection part. So the projection fiber that's in your brain, what it does is it plans action and it executes shit. So you want to know how to plan and execute shit? You did this. All these things come from your projection fiber. So pay attention to what I'm trying to say, right? So watch the game. It's an individual. So the projection is right. It's an individual or collaborative enterprise that is carefully planned to achieve a particular aim, basically like a common goal, right? So now a school, right? Earth or Earth, right? A school is Earth because you are okay. I'm gonna explain. The school is your Earth, okay? An assignment undertaken by a student. Student means pupil or a group, right? Which is a class, an age, or a generation, all right, of students, typically as a long-term task that requires independent research. That's us, all collectively in this world. All of us are in the same classroom, in the same age, the same generation. Everybody you can see. You know, we all are students. And we are typically on a long-term task that requires independent research, right? Which consists of experience, right? Study to show yourself approved is what I put. So basically, boy, okay now. So let's keep going. So other parts of what the projection fiber is all about, right? Like it's a government subsidized housing development with relatively low rents. A plan, a project, or undertaking. Extend outward beyond something else. Protrude. Throw a cause to move forward or outward. Cause light, shadow, or an image to fall on a surface. Okay, we're talking about projections now, y'all. Cause a sound, especially the voice, to be heard at a distance. Imagine oneself, a situation, etc., as having moved to a different place or time, right? Which is called an astral projection. Okay, so now it will transfer or attribute one's own emotion or desire to another person, especially unconsciously. Now people project this shit on you. You know what I mean? They don't even know they're doing it. Okay, say draw lines from a center of or parallel lines through every point of a given figure, right? To produce a corresponding figure on a surface or a line by intersecting the surface. So that's the center point again, where you draw lines away from the center point. Okay, another projection is make a projection of Earth, the sky, etc., on a plane surface. Okay, now let's get to the origin of it. Late Middle English, in the sense of preliminary design, a tabulated statement. Sound like the tablets, the emerald tablets and shit. Tabulated statement, okay? From Latin, projectum, meaning something prominent. The neuter past participle, protogeria, whatever, means to throw forth. So, like when you say, I would cast them forth into the garden, or all this kind of shit, right? And it means to throw. Okay, it's the early senses of the verb were planned and caused to move forward. So your projection fibers cause something to move forward. Okay, so projection fibers are fibers of the brain, also known as projection tracts. As the brain are a type of white matter tract that connects the cortex with other areas in the CNS, e.g., the deep nuclei, the brainstem, the cerebellum, or spine. It may be infrared motor or infrared tracts sensory. Just recap what it all is. So basically, make a long story short, all that shit I just read, the trajectory basically
Oh
means
my goodness.
to move you
Mm,
forward. Go ahead, Brian.
fire. Oh man. That's so dope because it's like it's meant to be. This is meant to be taught, you know, real fast. Whoever here you meant to get it. I'm glad I'm here because I didn't see this till now. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. We talking about the leprosy. Say the bump. Like imagine if a bump grew on your arm and that motherfucker split like the bump that's your eyelids. Say your eyes protrude like you were just saying. The astral projection. The lids are open and out is looking the eyeballs. The lumps, the leprosy, the bumps. Now I bet your ass wouldn't want to take no shot at them. You got a shot that motherfucker gave you hives across your body and all them motherfucker opened up eyes.
That's
Now the
right.
chicken pox, peekaboo. Now look at this
Yeah.
shit, man. Here come the cops. COP is the POC. You hear me? And you a chicken running. You a chicken running when the
God
cops
damn.
pop up. So you didn't talk the chicken pox and the chiggers.
Oh
And
boy.
look, you gotta, they looking out for them. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? The whole thing with leprosy
Hey,
and these
you know what
bugs and
you're doing right now,
disease.
Mind? You know what you're doing right now is the next fiber that you're talking about. What you're working with right now is the next
Mm,
fiber, and it's called the association fibers. And association
mm,
fibers mean the linking of molecules through hydrogen bondings, or other interactions short of full bond formation, right? But watch this. It also means a mental connection between ideas or things, like you just got finished doing.
mm,
The action of making a mental connection, which you just got finished doing. It's now I put note, right? Note sentence. The
right.
association of alchemy with hieroglyphics or Kabbalah. Okay? And it's a defect of occurring with something else, a co-occurrence. Now, the origin of it is mid 16th century in the sense of uniting in a common purpose. That's what your
Mm,
association fibers mean, bro. It means
mm.
to unite, bro. Ally.
Oh, alignment. Seeing even
Yes,
those eyeballs, they right there with each other.
yes. Putting shit together, like making the
Look, look,
connections. You see what I'm saying?
look. Yep.
The
Concluding.
conjunction, bro.
Look,
Conjunction. Yeah.
look. This how they drew them fucking Simpsons. Look,
Come on,
this is
man.
say this is Bart Simpson's eyelids right here, and that's a double ring around Spears. I ain't never seen that one. Like say double ring around Spears. This where they call them planets.
Yes, sir. All right.
You know what I mean?
Everybody still with us, man? Anybody want to say something? I can't see y'all. I can't
Hey,
see you.
hey, hey! Look, I'm
Hey,
thinking of one.
crypto.
I still got one I want to add in too. Look, where you said something. I just remember you saying something was the Earth.
Peace,
Oh yeah,
everybody. Peace, peace. Sorry about that.
yeah. The
Peace,
Earth is
crypto.
it's a school. Yes, sir.
Okay, look. The other day I drew a little patch like this, right? And I put some little lines around it like this, like it, say if this was echoing or something, right? Or say this little patch was shaking like a lily pad or something. You know what I mean? Imagine a pyramid on this, right? Say a pyramid right on top of this, and this will represent Earth, right? This pyramid itself it represents Earth. You know what I mean? Say the very Earth under your ass. This is what this pyramid is representing. But where we looked at it, it was always missing something, wasn't it? Wasn't it always missing a tip in our time?
Mm-hmm.
So look, if y'all remember, do y'all remember the monolith bars popping up around the world? They popped up everywhere not too long ago. The monoliths, if y'all can build on
All the
it.
perfect shapes and weird looking stuff.
Yeah, it was like a little, I guess, some type of metallic bar. You know what I mean? It had the shape of just say like your ruler, like where I had always seen it, or always seen the monolith. I always saw it from just a regular view that was this shape. I never saw it from no other angle. You know what I mean? The monolith, y'all. Yeah, where you do
Wait a minute,
somebody
Manga.
speaking.
I thought you were talking about the something else. What are you talking about? You talking about those like those guy stone things, or what are you saying, honey? I'm sorry. I just want to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's some. Yep. They similar, or you can tie them to like say how they said Georgia guys on. Like them. some type of energy in that shit, as they said.
Right. That's why they
You
set
know,
them up at certain points where
yeah,
the
yeah,
yep.
yeah. So look, where you come to find out at the top of the monolith, if you was looking down on it, it'll be this shape. You hear me? So in all essence, this is the shape of it. But I only knew it to be this shape because I only saw it from this angle, without doing, research and stuff. I ain't knowing what this shit is. But when I find out it's a triangle shape. You know what I mean? Now this where they showed you where they said these motherfuckers was popping up out of the sky from everywhere. These are the caps. Now if these things is just sitting on the earth, look, this is where I said the pyramid represents the earth, period. You know what I'm saying? And these monoliths popped up everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And they come to be this shape. So these is the caps that's going on the they putting them back on, y'all. They putting the fucking capstones back around the earth. And it ain't necessarily gotta be no fucking pyramid shape as we know it, like the ones that's everywhere. You know what I mean? It is the pyramid, the tip, it's the energy, it's a 5G fucking it's an old 5G system, just from my opinion.
So you're saying that those things have popped back up because they're doing the 5G. Is that what you're saying, honey? Because they doing it's made it like just because of the energy has made it pop back up out the ground. I thought those were stuff that
Yeah,
you know how they go plant stuff.
Let me jump in.
yeah,
Y'all hear me?
they say they run. Yeah, you got it, Chris. That's Crystal.
I hear you, bro.
Well, we know 5G. We're not gonna talk about the 5G that's gonna be beaming down that Tesla beaming down on the cruise ships and stuff right now. That's a different conversation. But we know what they're doing on ground level is they implementing towers so they can do the 5G speeds to compete with the the service providers, right? That's what the telephone companies and stuff doing, like your your cell phone providers. Okay. Oh, so now they trying to get into the residential and case as far as being a service provider for internet service. So like what Mine's Eye brought to my attention. Okay, they put in the in his opinion the 5G back together, and we know that those pyramids and things are placed where they place for certain reasons to be able to generate energy and to be able to how you say transmute or transmit different frequencies. So it makes a whole lot of sense what he's saying, because as far as the 5G system altogether on the ground level, it has to be towers like with every corner
You cut out, brother.
Damn, he
Oh, he got
dropped
knocked
off.
out. Yep.
Yeah, and
Dang, he
it
probably
said
come
it
right back.
said that they came up. Look, it said that the things came up missing, yet where you keep digging, the things have been pushed into the soil. You know what I mean? They've been pushed down like some goddamn input. You know what I mean? They ain't
So you said
disappeared.
they
They
said they
still.
disappeared, bro, and then but you don't think they disappeared. You think they were pushed back down naturally.
Yeah, look, they were pushed down. Somebody pushed them down, or they went into something like a key. You know what I mean?
Wow. Mm.
It's crazy.
I don't know
Like,
where I fell out at.
like, look, a lot of people make, them meme jokes and stuff you'll see on social media. Like people make memes and stuff, and they put one in the toilet in their house. You know what I mean? Like just making jokes of this phenomena that's going on. You know what I'm saying? Because out the blue, this is what say radio and TV telling us that these things then popped up. You know what I mean? But even if the shit is fake, like everything that we are eyewitnessing, you know what I mean? It's
So
real
maybe they
if
are
you consider
something that
yourself
came
real.
up due to what's going on with the solar system now. And the energy is something that raised them with some type of gravitational pull.
Hmm. It's all a system of, say, magnetism, electromagnetism, all that stuff. You know what I mean? So it's a real big energy thing.
Did y'all
But
where did I fall out at? Cause I was just a talking and then I was gone.
you was talking about the monoliths with us.
Yeah, you
Cause
was
I had
explaining
fell out the
something about
chat.
it.
You were saying something about the five, and how
Yeah,
they
it work on ground level. Like 5G is a ground level system. Is
hmm
now Tesla is beaming down from the satellites that we know are just balloons or whatever in the air. But that's a different conversation. But like you saying, these monoliths, we know that they was transferring energy and generate energy with these pyramids and things like this. And that's basically what they're doing with these 5G towers, trying to get us these high internet speeds so we can do what we're doing right now, which is streaming. Um, and basically, they don't know what they're gonna do to us. I mean, because they're not doing it how the ancestors did it. They use, natural. I can't say what they use, but we know they use rocks or whatever they use. Like they're not using all this power. You know what I'm saying? This man-made power. They use natural power.
look, look, they use the gemstones, all of the crystals. Like, say, when you get them in your possession, the same thing happens is like where you would plug up EVs and shit, and power come on. When you get hold to these jewels and you blind to the fact, you know what I'm saying? This stuff, it holds more power than you could imagine. You are lit up like um say entertainment can't show us enough of the damn fairy tale shit for us to get it. You know what I mean? You know how people open up the thing, they show light on their face and shit. Yeah, we live in that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know what I mean? Ground based stuff.
Hmm.
And
Ground,
you
like
got
you
to
gotta
think with
beat
those
the
crystals
ground
and
up.
stuff and the metals, they knew all of them and what they did, how they reacted. So if they knew a certain equinox or a certain energy was coming, they would prepare things probably to either absorb it, make it reflect a certain way, depending on what crystals they put here or what metals they put there. They probably had a rhythm or a pattern to how they did it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really would like to try to start sharing y'all showing y'all some of this stuff. That's kind of like the reason why I came on. I thought, it's kind of like show
Let's
you,
do it.
share some
Yeah,
things
go ahead, bro.
but
I gotta add it again to the thing, or you just gonna put it on yours?
um, you probably you always gonna have to add it because I'll be on your channel. Hold on, I gotta
Oh, okay.
bring it up again though. Well, I'm going to go to something else. I guess I'm boring y'all with the other one. So, but that's pretty much it with just look into the brain fibers when y'all get a chance, and maybe y'all can understand the way I'm seeing it. Let's see. But now I'm finna try to share something with y'all about golden rain. Hopefully, let's see. All right, but this is called golden rain, right? And so it's basically it's to place a crystal or a crystalline substance in something in order to cause crystallization or condensation, especially in a cloud to produce rain. So basically what y'all talking about. So we can get to the facts of what's going on and what they are actually doing. No speculations. We finna know what they're doing. Okay. So a sentence that they gave about this definition about golden rain is potential hail clouds are observed by radar, then seeded by lead iodide fired into the cloud's center. Okay, so y'all catch the key word they're using: seeded, fired, stuff like that. Okay, now this is the idea of turning lead into gold, right? The golden rain is, and this golden rain is lead iodide, which are hexagonal crystals. Okay, So the lead iodine function, right? So lead iodide is used as a precursor in the fabrication of solar cells. Okay, we have solar cells. And it says used as an organic solvent, used as photon detector for X-rays and gamma rays. So this different thing they use it for. Used in the manufacturing of thermoelectric materials. Okay, iodide is the crystallized or ionic state of iodine when iodide forms salt. Okay, so we talk about being the salt of the earth and stuff like that. We know what we're talking about. Okay, so it's a lead is the atomic number 82, which is the heaviest in the carbon family. All right. And to say the number 82 means an independent builder. So now it say the energy represented by the numerology number 82 is independent and a builder, and 82 starts things and completes them. So it starts and it finishes. The 82 energy is self-reliant. Okay, this is what we are. This is the energy we in right now, y'all. So I just put as a note. This sounds like masonry. Okay, so this is like the main building block. This independent builder. You know what I mean? The iodide. All right. So now it also now we talk about tin and solder. Tin and solder is the atomic number 50. Okay, the number 50 expresses its sense of personal freedom. The numerology number 50 expresses its sense of personal freedom. Okay, I doubled my bad, y'all. So it's a 50 is the pursuit of whatever may be of interest. At the moment, it becomes of interest without resistance from the inner self or from others. This is what they're saying. These ain't my words, right, y'all? This is what they're saying. They're saying so right now we are in a time where we won't have any resistance from the inner self to do shit that we really want to do, right? We'll be interested in it.
Sound like we had a cross. We had at that neutral state to where
Yeah,
you can or you can't. It's your decision.
yes,
Is
sir. Nothing
you
stops.
right there at the crossroad.
That's right. Nothing
Go
stops.
ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So it's a note. This iodine substance, right? It helps brings metals together. Okay. So it's this sounds like the Tin Man on the Wizard of Oz. And maybe 50 Cent name derives from this. All right. Okay. So I say this is about to get deep and weird. All right. So you got a company called Buy Plastic. Are you familiar with that company, Sister Soul? Buy Plastic Company?
Buy plastic? I haven't heard of it, brother.
Okay. I
I
got an
have.
article about these people, but I'm gonna keep on reading down first, and then we're gonna go to the article, and it's gonna explain what they're doing to our cellular structures, how they're hacking it. Okay.
Mm.
Okay. Now, so the main thing about it is that they are inserting what you call a rhodospin. Have you ever heard of that one? A rhodospin protein?
Yes, I've heard of that. That's the
Okay.
RNA. That's okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
So it's they're inserting a rhodospin protein into the mitochondria electron, you know what I'm saying, transport chain system, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the rhodospins are inducted into the mitochondria electron transport chain system,
Mm-hmm.
okay? And it's in essence, it will give our cellular engine another piston, okay? And it's one that can continue to do work without calories or oxygen. That's their goal for us, y'all. They trying to inject these fucking rhodospin protein shits into us to where we can survive without calories and oxygen, like the
And
goddamn
that's what the
Matrix.
yes, brother, that is part of because listen, that's why I keep saying the RNA. They're changing our DNA to the RNA. That's what I was saying. That's what that is. Please keep on talking about it. I'm glad you're going
Exactly.
in depth about it. Please.
So
Hey,
now I say, go ahead.
hey, I was just going. I'm gonna build on it with you. The clone. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead though.
Yes, that's right. So now it's like, what is a rhodospin? A rhodospin, also called visual purple, hint purple, okay, pigment containing sensory protein that converts light into an electrical signal. Okay, they're trying to convert us. Okay, rhodospins is found in a wide range of organisms, from vertebrates to bacteria. if electric current is running through a wire loop with a resistor in it, the current will rapidly go to zero because of the resistance. Resistance dissipate electrical energy, turning it into heat, which they call Joule or Joule heating. Okay, so peep game what they're saying now. They're saying electrical energy is transferred into heat energy, and heat energy can be transferred into electrical energy and shit like that. So they're trying to hijack our solar energy, our natural solar energy, and convert the shit into electrical energy, y'all.
That literally is the melanin. This is why I keep saying they keep using
Oh
our
my god.
melanin. I was kept telling somebody how they're taking our melanin. They're killing people, taking our children, killing them for the melanin. Then they went to trying to clown me, saying how, oh, what are they doing? Taking it out the skin. They making a joke out of it. And I was really trying to go deep with this because that is a literal fact. This is what they're doing. They're taking this melanin. They're using it for weapons, everything.
Yes. So I
Well,
put like,
man, look,
okay, right here. Go ahead, mother.
I was just gonna add in, like say where man, that's deep because where you just said what you said, made me see like, where all of your shit be getting hot, all of the shit be getting hot down here, be overheating, motherfuckers be sweating,
Yes. Exactly.
sweat off
Like,
their back,
dealing with all that.
steam, the computers overheat. Go ahead, you got it.
Yes, converted to a whole different energy. Exactly, man. And then we powered that shit. Okay, so now,
Using our energy.
yep, we right here, y'all. I kind of like skipped over a little bit. It say the major
Mm.
goal of the scientific community is to
Into my
control the 12 interdimensional layers that surround the DNA, plus your Akashic record, which resides on your DNA. Okay, everybody, how about the Akasha record? But it's on your DNA, literally. The Akasha record is. This is what they say, the
We
scientists.
need to get it right.
So Akasha records, right? And theosophy, and theophacy,
Right.
and anthropophacy is the Akasha record. Is the Akasha records is a compendium of all universal events. Okay, this is what the Akasha records is: a compendium of all universal events, thoughts, words, emotions, and intent ever to have occurred in the past, present, or future, in terms
Woo!
of all entities and life forms,
Oh,
not just human.
oh,
Come on, man. It say now.
oh man, oh shit.
So any and
Uh,
everything that exists, that have exist, that will exist, is
Yes,
already written on
listen,
your
yes,
DNA.
yes,
you hear
yes,
me?
yes.
And if it's written on my
The blood
DNA and it's written
still,
on your DNA, we all
hey,
one body, man. Get out of here,
And they
man.
know
imagine,
this.
look, imagine the
This is
blood
why we
drying up
are the
like the rain do, in the ether,
Come on
the
now.
say the intel and all of this that's evaporating,
this is the
everything.
information they've been stealing and taking.
Yes.
Mm, mm,
All these
mm.
crystals.
And
Remember I was
it's
telling
what they're
y'all
trying
how
to
the
steal and take right now, sister. So because right now
right,
our 12-strand DNA is being activated as we speak. And some of us are activating our 24-strand DNA right now as we speak. And so they're trying to
right,
Oh
hijack.
my shit!
right.
Hey, look at that.
They're trying to harness
You got
our energy. They're trying to absorb and take and recycle our energy and
Which is
harness the
information.
energy, which is the
Oh my goodness.
information, which
Because
is our living
energy is
word,
light.
which is our
Exactly.
light.
Hey,
Living
Because
word.
the light.
So they will become the all-knowing.
that
I'm
is
sorry.
literally look everything you
I'm
see,
sorry.
everything y'all see. You can purify.
Oh, God.
You can make a gold of everything you see.
You
Where
finished?
you just see
So
dirt.
I was just adding on. I wasn't trying to cut you off in no way.
Yeah, y'all got it. Y'all got it. Go ahead. Every look,
Go
you
ahead.
seeing
I
infrared.
remember, but go ahead.
Okay. So now I'm going to the 24 strand DNA part. Okay. It's right here. All right. It say with 24 strand DNA, trying to exit that shit, John, bad. With the 24 strand DNA activation, you will progress toward a higher consciousness and activation of additional dormant DNA strands and multidimensionality integration will occur. Okay, so you activate your 24 strand DNA, you will be able to access all dimensions. Okay, it will be integrated with your physical and spiritual lineage, right? I say your physical and spiritual lineage will be more defined. Okay, lineage, y'all. And okay, now, so the bioplastic company seeks to intercept and artificialize this natural process of conscious evolution via the insertion of rhodospins in humans to transform heat or light energy into electrical energy, ridding the cell the need of calories and oxygen. The rhodospin injections are being accomplished via vaccines. Yeah, nano solar panels or rhodospins are the interceptors. They call them nano solar panels, y'all. That's what they call the rhodospins. Okay. So I was like, why is people of color the target? It's a light absorption, and thermal radiation. Okay. They got a thing called Johnson noise. Okay. Johnson noise converts heat energy into electrical energy. All right. The reverse is resistance. When light impinges on an object, some fraction of the light is absorbed, making the other hotter. In this way, light absorption turns light energy into heat. The corresponding fluctuation is thermal radiation, which means like the glow of a red hot object, for example, right? So thermal radiation turns heat energy into light energy, the reverse of light absorption. So now it's indeed Kirchhoff's law is a thing called Kirchhoff's law of thermal radiation confirms that the more effectively an object absorbs light, that's us, the more thermal radiation it emits. That's us, y'all. And so I said, I think the real plot is to hijack our consciousness in order to dictate our actions while also
But
collecting
they've
data.
been doing that, brother. That's what I've been telling y'all for weeks and weeks and weeks. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I got to say this. They have been doing this, brother. This is not nothing they just doing with this vaccine. They have been tapping into our thoughts. They have been brain mapping information. They have been implanting thoughts into our head. Anybody's subconscious because of the physical, they're able to tap into the physical at this time. What they're working on right now with the RNA change is working on trying to tap into our spirit conscious mind. They haven't tapped into the spirit yet. This has been their dilemma.
That's
They've
what we
only
said.
been able to tap into the mental, which is the physical, which is why they've been using all these different techniques through the telekinesis, the time, the this, the that, blah, blah, blah. So now, when it
Mm.
comes to everything coming to the surface, and right at this current time, they're trying to change us to the RNA from our regular DNA because it's actually just changing it from DNA to RNA. With changing that, right, they will be able to trap us by keeping our energy within the ionosphere. The ionosphere is what's keeping our spirit, our light energy, our organ energy from escaping this realm. And the reason that they're able to do that is because of that fake moon giving off the energy that actually persuades the energy negatively against the sun from doing what it naturally does. And this is why we're being blocked. And this is what they've been doing. And this is what I keep trying to say is important because I don't think nobody understand how this has been going on. And this is something that we need to understand. This is why in the Aurora Borealis, in the Australian Borealis, the souls are trapped there. I told people about this the other week. Everybody thought I was just talking crazy, I guess. But literally, the souls are trapped there because of this. This is what these evil people have been doing. And now they're working further and further because their plans are developing more and more and it's getting to a heightened state because now they're injecting because of the nanobites they're being able to activate it. They can actually sense these things through the sensors, even through like the lead lighting. This is why they implemented the lead lighting. This is why they implemented the flat lead LEDs TVs. I mean, all of this stuff. I was telling y'all it's contributed to what they're doing because all of that has to do with the tapping in and it has to do with the 5G. Everybody think the 5G has nothing to do with any of this stuff, but it does because it's going to help to activate it through the satellite information with the vibrations and the frequencies that it gives off in the satellite and the reflections and all of this stuff. I'm just saying because it's like I think when I be talking, y'all don't
Hey, I
really be
feel you.
hearing the stuff I be saying, and it's like
Trying to explain to
when
you that I do know what you're saying. So that's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to let you know. I understand what you're saying.
oh, okay, brother, thank you, because I'm just like,
Yeah,
somebody hear
we
me,
here.
please, because it didn't be sounding right
We hear
from
you.
me or something,
That's
you
why
know?
I'm just trying to walk it down so you know. That's why I asked you, did you know
Hey,
about, you know what I mean, this company, this bioplastic company. So it really lets you know who's actually doing what you're saying. You see what I'm saying? And to confirm,
No, brother, I didn't know, but and see what's crazy, and maybe that's why it be sounding to me a different way because to me, a lot of this stuff, right, when I hear certain things, I just be I call it reading it. I see stuff, right, and then as soon as I see it, I be seeing 4 or 5 different things in it, and I pull things together, and then I see a visual, and then that's where I come with my clarification, and then other stuff come and confirm it. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times I may
hey,
not know what it is, but I know
so
what I'm
your
talking
spirit is
about.
look,
light,
It's
though.
weird.
Your spirit is
look, you
light.
purified. Yeah, you cooking. Look,
So
hey,
you,
hey,
Mm.
it's kind of like I put it in the chat. It's like the Bible is a cookbook. You know what I'm saying? Think about it.
Yes, I
You know,
see that.
so
like
now
where you
we,
was talking about it, wisdom, everything that we looking, we purify it. Like you seeing with infrared. This is you can say blacksmithing, man. We pouring gold and everything. You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? Like you can make gold of all of this trash if you
Just
see to it.
depending on
Go
how
ahead,
you
you got
mix
though.
these metals, because everything it all boils down to one element. I was telling somebody that boy died that kept arguing with me, and I was trying to
Combination.
tell him it's really one element. It's one element. This all this yo. Let's not go finish that real quick. I'm sorry. Go
Yep.
ahead with
How
that
you
because
mixing it?
we
Yep.
interceded with you with that wisdom because I just had to clarify because it's like, oh my gosh, maybe I'm really not being heard, but I understand. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, P game. I don't know y'all can see this article or not. It is sharing the article. Can y'all
Yes.
tell? Okay.
Yep.
So it's like hacking our cells to produce solar power could make humans feel heal faster. This the goal now, y'all. This the bioplastic company, and note that I think it's a black person company. Just so y'all know, it's black people inventing this shit. So
Mm-mm-mm.
it's a much like a gas powered car. The human body relies on carbon based fuels for energy. Okay. So let y'all know what we're doing. It's a but for automobile engines and our cellular engines alike, burning carbon has intrinsic inefficiencies. So it's trying to let us know how they're trying to tell us that carbon ain't no longer working. So they need to give us some more shit, is what they're trying to do, right? It's if we could upgrade our cells to run on solar power, the age-old restrictions of using carbon and oxygen to produce energy might be overcome. They say the idea sounds outlandish, but to Christopher Powell, founder of the new biotech startup Bioplastic, at which Bill Gates is heavily invested in, y'all, it's not, right? It's a Powell established his company to accomplish a single radical goal: hacking human mitochondria. Our cellular engine is called a cellular engine, y'all, to gain additional power from light. No, they're trying to block out the sun. So in order to block out the sun, they still got to have energy, and they're going to use us to be the fucking sun. Okay, it's a Powell believes the hack could dramatically increase cellular power output, transforming our bodies into regenerative machines and extending human lifespans by decades. Futurists often talk about how we'll reinvent our biology so that our cells have immediate energy supply, Powell said. But the fact is, our biology doesn't currently work that way. Right now, this futurist vision lacks the rationale for our cells. For how our cells access power instantaneously. It said within each of our cells, a specialized compartment called the mitochondria acts like a generator, converting the chemical energy contained in our food into an energy storage molecule called ATP. Okay, so now it says ATP is the cell's energy currency. It's used for everything from building new proteins to repairing and regenerating old and broken parts. But the rate at which our mitochondria can produce ATP is inherently limited because it depends on both the breakdown of calories and availability of oxygen. Power proposes to overcome this limitation by essentially installing a biological solar panel into our mitochondria so that they can produce ATP using nothing but light. It say the idea may have the ring of science fiction, but the concept is using radiant energy to power cells. It say, but the concept of using radiant energy to power cells has been around since the 1960s. Like so talking about, right? It say when doctors first discovered that they could accelerate wound healing and reduce pain by applying near infrared, like I was just talking about infrared laser light. Low level laser therapy, LLT, is still considered an unconventional medical practice, but there's now a large body of scientific research to support its beneficial effects. It said while the cellular mechanisms behind LLT are not fully established, it's believed that laser light directly energizes our mitochondria, temporarily speeding up cellular ATP production. LLT may also have indirect and longer term effects by influencing the expressions of genes, genesis, that regulate our proliferation. They regulate our cell proliferation, okay, our cellular freedom. Okay, light therapy is a slow process, one that takes 2 weeks. Okay, so on and so forth, blah, blah. Okay, keep going. But y'all see how they got them connected to the shit. This is what they're doing right now. All right. So it's a drawing inspiration from the field. Okay, powers, technology change things a step further. If a cell's power output can be enhanced by light therapy alone, it could be accelerated even further if our mitochondria were light, receptive by design. As it happens, there's an entire family of light receptor proteins that have evolved for the precise purpose of giving their cells a little extra boost. These proteins are called rhodospins, and they're found in almost every bacterium living in the surface ocean. Okay? So they fuck with the oceans and shit. That's why. You know what I mean? Because they're trying to get these proteins called rhodospins. Okay? And it says a bacterium that
And
can
sorry, brother,
go ahead.
they you mind you, you know they get a lot of it from the stem cells. This is remember I said how they collect the stem cells
Mm-hmm.
from the placenta. This is why they
Oh man,
have us cut this placenta. And remember how I was telling y'all how the information. This is why the babies don't remember when they get here. The light that they were born into is the information is stripped from them from the beginning. Because once they come out, they cut that off. All of that information is coming through that placenta cord, and that's why they cut it at the baby's navel, and then they keep it, and they take that cord, they take that placenta, and they use it. This is why people need to make sure that they keeping that placenta attached to their babies. Just because you're saying that, I have to bring this up every time I have a chance. They need to make sure that they're keeping the placentas attached to the baby. It's
that's
not
deep.
that difficult.
That's deep.
Uh, you really do. All you have to do is carry it around in
And
one of
look,
those little
Ollie,
portable those little portable lunch pails. You wrap it up in some herbs. It will be a little smelly because it's basically drying up blood or whatever, but it's what your child needs and it's what your baby needs. That information is stored for that child's information for them, period. It's for them, and it's supposed to go into them. So they cut it off and they keep it, and that baby doesn't get it, and this is why the reflections are harder when once we come into this world, because now we're caught up into this physical shit, into all of this, the spirit is kind of like dwindling from the light of that child because they've taken all of their information. But and I just had to say that. Go ahead.
I think I was trying to get in. Go ahead, Mother. It's good. All right, but yeah, I ain't gonna read all the shit, you know what I mean? But y'all, I'll try to put the link in there, whatever. But okay, but it's just talk about
My
a
bad.
bacteria.
Go on and read it.
It's talk about a bacteria. You must. I'm sorry, man. You want to get in right quick?
You got it. My shit was taking too long to unmute, but you got it. I'll go ahead after you.
All right.
What you do.
I say a bacterium that can generate energy from light can maintain its activity independent of calories or oxygen supply. All right, so let them know we naturally can do this shit, but they trying to hijack it, y'all. You know, what I mean, this shit is for real, y'all. For real, it really is. So it's
That's
like
why we can literally live, brother. Remember, I told you we could live off the sun for like
that's
literally
right.
like 3 months. I mean, however long you, if you doing what you need to
So
do,
that's what
but
they basically
they would
explain
prohibit
to
that.
us too. And that's interesting that they call it a bacterium that can do this shit. You know what I mean? The shit that they make us scared of, right? For the most part. But you know, of course, we're supposed to know that it's good bacteria and bad bacteria. But anyway, okay. So let's say I'm right here where it say osmin proteins. All right, it say osmin proteins are found everywhere because they confer organisms a huge selective advantage. It said using new um, genomics technologies in the early 2000s, DeLong was among the first to demonstrate how ubiquitous light-activated rhodospins are in marine microbial communities. We say when I spoke with him over the phone, he explained how rhodospin, a single protein that embeds itself in cellular membranes, can act as a supplemental generator for microbes that get the bulk of their energy through carbon metabolism. Okay, so they get the bulk of their energy through carbon metabolism. A bacterium that only uses carbon for fuel is like a gas-powered car. And you see how they keep trying to compare it. So they letting us know, y'all. They get the whole idea of a fucking gas engine in a car motor from the human motor, the cellular motor of a human. Okay, so it's a DeLone told me, but as soon as it acquires these odd-spin genes, an organism that could only grow by eating carbon can also make ATP from sunlight. Bacteria with ospins are like little hybrid cars with solar cells. They still get around by burning gas, but now they can use sunlight to go a little further. And it wasn't long after bacteria rhodospins were discovered that researchers began hacking light-driven protein into new organisms. This is a single protein, and its whole operational system requires only about 7 genes. He said, 7 genes, he said, that means you can convert an organism from not using light to tapping into light quite easily. Okay, he said that you can convert an organism from not using light to tapping into light quite easily. Now that scientists have successfully inserted rhodospin into numerous microorganisms, some are exploring the possibility that engineered light harvested microbes can be applied to biofuel production and other industrial processes. And if we can insert rhodospin into new microbes, we should theoretically, right, be able to do it in human mitochondria. So they haven't actually achieved the shit yet. This is their goal, okay? They say, I like to think of mitochondria as bacteria that just got trapped a long time ago, okay? He like to think of mitochondria as bacteria. So first of all, he called it a bacteria, compared it to bacteria, which is, they just explained. They got trapped a long time ago. So now it's being unlocked. That's what the hell they're trying to say. You see what I'm saying? Like we know. And then say, that's probably true according to the leading theory. See, they call it a theory, but it's a fact for us, okay? They say for the origin of eukaryotic cells, if we can get these proteins into the membranes of E. coli, getting them to functionally fold and operate in the mitochondria is not that far-fetched at all. They say it's not that far fetched at all. So they think they should be able to do this shit. So I'm gonna skip over the
Mm-hmm.
next part, and I'm gonna start right here. It's a in mitochondria, energy production hinges over a series of membrane embedded proteins called the electron transport chain. These proteins operate like pistons in an engine, shuffling electrons along in order to generate a charge gradient. This charge gradient, like this, the energy that they talk about, like raising your kundalini and all this shit. This is what we talking about, y'all. Okay, it's a this charge gradient coupled with oxygen drives the production of ATP. Inserting a rhodospin protein into this system would, in essence, give a cellular engine another piston, one that could continue to do work without calories of oxygen. They're basically just repeating the same thing again. It's a that that's one of the key advantages of this technology. The disassociation of energy production from oxygen availability. Power said this could lead to exponential increase in energy productions, in addition to making energy instantaneously available. Okay, but y'all get it though. You know what I mean? So it's they basically just repeating the same shit. But y'all get
Mm-mm-mm.
the whole idea what the fuck they trying
Hey,
to do.
hey, that made me think about, where they talked about the Y2K shit. Remember that?
Say
Everybody thought it was
Y2K.
about, yeah.
Was that when they said
It,
everything that was gonna be the end or something?
yeah, that was
Yeah,
around
it
the
is.
time where all of the basketball players and shit, they was showing that they had bionic features and shit. Or,
What?
look, the clone thing, the Robotoid, or say, remember the movie They Live?
Y- yes.
You put on the glasses or you see them through the apparatuses, and they got the Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator features to them, but they look like us. You know what I'm saying? Now
Mm,
this kind of tie with you saying you realize things like you wouldn't hit a man with glasses on, or could you? Could you hit me? You know what I'm saying? So the
right.
man with the glasses on, like you got a purified vision, all of it, it brought us to say where we at. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm kind of tying this to motherfuckers say identifying the wolves in sheep clothing, or you
Mm-hmm.
the one that got time to look again, or you could just keep on going and not look back. You know what I'm saying? Or you could check it out and. So it's kind of like checking out the being able to see a wolf where everybody is, because tie like where they say whooping the sheep skin, or the wolf in the
The
sheep
sheep
in
in wolf's clothing.
Yes, sir.
yeah,
Is that right?
and that's say that's equivalent to the slave getting a whooping on his back where your flesh is flying. That's say the cotton that's on the sheep. That shit was crazy too, where you said the motherfucker said something about a germ trapped in something, like, you know what I mean? That made me think of, like, you know what I mean? Like that, I said, damn, that is that what they saying we are, or like a
Right.
germ trapped in these bodies?
Yeah, we are, minds are like we are germ cells, literally. It's called
Right.
germ.
Look, where they make them germs, I say gems. You know, I don't know if y'all is around, but it's one kind of connection I made to the bat and the diamond.
Mm-mm.
The diamond's a gem. But where you
Right.
add an R, the gem becomes a germ. In the
Mm.
bat, it travels fast, it gets around in mass number. So blame it on them. Whatever's getting spread, you know what I mean? Even if the bats didn't take that flight, or, put that virus down, the word of the mouth said they did. So
Right.
being able to see, you know, the wolf in the sheep clothing, you know what I'm saying? And lashing or I don't know the whoopee go or you cry. Like they'll break a motherfucker cold heart. Motherfucker talk about he ain't gonna speak. He ain't gonna you know what I mean? Like imagine that's a you got an ice pick chip in there, big ass iceberg. You know what I mean? And they want to melt that water off of you, or you should melt that water off yourself because you got a frozen heart.
Hmm.
Hmm. You know what I mean? And purifying that, like say you see somebody trapped in some ice, like ice is say the cousin of the hard diamonds that's around everybody's necks. But you know, ice is an unbalanced part. You know, unless you want to freeze something. You know what I mean? Or it's necessary for you wanting this ice to exist. Otherwise, ice is a you know something that's not nice. You know what I mean? So this mental slavery is free. It's frozen. Damn, I'm
Right.
tripping, y'all.
I hear you though.
Correct.
Y'all can build with it. You know what I mean? Like y'all see the phones, like being able to see this shit, like they look just like us though. Like I remember Terminator, he took the knife and opened up his arm, and that motherfucker bent the little metal skeleton. You
All
know,
the
and he threw
fiber
the bomb
optics.
out like, yeah, type shit, and that motherfucker blew up behind the truck. You know what I mean? But yeah, overheating. Boy, you dropped some shit, boy, where you was reading them. You know what I mean? Them paragraphs. Cause I see a lot. You know what I mean? With like they say, purified. Yep. That's every tear you done dropped. It say this is how you melt, or this is how you like say when do y'all have y'all ever vision that when you say I got through it? Like have you ever visioned the literal eyeball? You know it's delicate. You know them like the eye got through it. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Hot. You know like say people in burning um architecture situations. You know what I'm saying? Like all of this, like where you cry. It's a whole thing say spilling or raining. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like literally if you come in the house from like you was getting rained on, you can be very, very happy. But like you got caught in the rain. You know what I'm saying? And not saying it's a bad thing, you know what I mean? But you know, like how the rain to get you, you would be dripping, like eyeball crying. You know what I mean? So you can come in and be very happy, but the situation is like, you know what I mean? You got caught up in that rain. You know what I'm saying? And like, let me get some dry clothes. Like, let me get a tissue. The eyeball said to you. You know what I mean? My mama soaking wet. My pop's soaking wet. You know what I mean? They just came out the rain.
Came in dripping though. So ain't that what the young people be saying? They want to be dripping.
Hmm. Look, Ricky did the shit, but he came in fighting. He was a storm. He was throwing tears everywhere because you know he got upset. You know what I mean? And if he would have just bottled that up and not let it, you know what I mean? He would have been that would have been a layer of iceberg. You know, that's something you got to deal with. That's a layer of frozen. You know, you got to shatter that. You know, and continue to be you. Like let that go. Like where you come through that door, man. The eyeball got through it. You know what I'm saying? Your parents as a whole. That's two. You know that.
Right.
The
Whatever.
eyes is
Something that
back in the
something
skull.
Wisdom read earlier. It was before you started reading this other part. Wisdom. Remember, it was saying something about the eyes and the slit in the mouth. I wanted to say something about that then, but y'all started talking about something else. But you was saying something about the eyes and the slit in the mouth. You remember what it was saying?
Yeah, I think they was
I don't
referring.
want you to have to look it up again, but
I think they were referring to the commercial fibers,
mm,
and it was saying that that's a part of it. That's I think that's what commercial mean. That is the word commercial by itself, aside from
okay.
fibers. That's the part of the eye. You know what I mean? The part that closes and meets it. You know, the little fold. You know, at the top.
Mm,
You know,
right.
and then go back to like what I was talking about the leprosy and stuff, like a rising or whatever. Like when you close
Hmm.
your eyes and there's like a lump on your eye, that's considered like a leprosy.
Right.
It's a lesion, you know, like any
That's
kind of
Do
crazy.
y'all
yes.
do y'all think that the talking lizards is real?
Uh,
Talk,
Do y'all think
all things talk, but
uh,
they talk like a human talk. Nah, hell no, you know.
not as far as they talking, but I
you know
believe in the concept of what you're saying. If you're saying what I think you're saying,
hey, I'm saying it look like the wolf in the sheep clothing look they look like us.
right?
They talk,
I
bro.
was, yep. That's
Look,
how I feel.
they even puppeteer people literally. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, I said they got I think they have like fake exteriors. We don't really be seeing it. Just like in that movie They Live, y'all was talking about earlier. The how
Right.
when he put the glasses on, he could really see him. And then they looking like, dang, he could see me now. Yeah, he could see you. You uncovered now.
Uh, hey, and then
Not
look,
that they
yeah,
look like that.
All
another
living
thing, wisdom. Look, all they need, like say, for to put another germ, say in those shells, like say the Egyptians how they got the tombs, the wrapped mummies. That shit is real. Like say all they need is a tip of your DNA. They'll bring them motherfuckers right back.
Yep.
You hear me?
They said
And
they
and
brought Obama back. That's why he was
mm,
part of a certain ritual or something. They say he was one of King Tut.
yeah, that's crazy. That's like look where they be calling the motherfuckers meat soup. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you got the same number and shit, Wisdom? You there, Wisdom?
yeah,
Roscoe?
yeah, I do. Yeah, do I have the same number? Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, okay. Hey, I found my phone at, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna hit you up, man. You know what I'm saying? Um, hey, on a note, look, remember they gave us the fucking Jurassic Park account? I call them account because these motherfuckers is, this shit is deep. And I see what they doing. So look, they call it Jurassic Park, right? Look, this is where say the older or the elder, you get old like a dinosaur, your wrinkles literally show. You know what I mean? But you sit
Mm-hmm.
at the park, you
The leprosy
park your
right
car,
there.
the old motherfuckers. Go
You know
ahead,
that?
bro.
That's with the leprosy right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Dang,
how you
show
know
is.
leprosy. That's how you know. And those are the retarded people
Yeah.
that they talk about, the Christians,
Yep, the Cretans.
yeah, the creases. That's the people with the leprosy, the wrinkled people. Then they always show like the goblin looking. That's why they say black don't crack, all that kind of stuff. They show them. They're telling us.
And the black don't
Hey,
crack, 'cause
hey,
we don't get
look,
like, look,
look.
we
I
don't get
literally
like
to
that.
say,
Yeah, you know,
Literally.
look,
they
y'all.
they really
It's
look
like say,
deformed.
look where they say Jurassic Park. They say in your ass sit park. Like say the elders sit at the park and y'all took the children to play at it. Y'all know this part. You know what I mean? So this is like say the DNA, the child is you, playing and you an older version. But in this case, they said there was some reptiles. They said it was a reptilian race. God damn it, you know what I mean? Dinosaurs.
Right.
Look, I said you could die with no sword. Velociraptor, the Rapture.
Oh, I think I see what you're saying now.
You
Now
hear me?
you trying to say
Look, this,
symbolic. Go ahead.
yeah, it's like I don't know if y'all be seeing it or y'all researched and took y'all there where y'all be seeing them motherfuckers with them slit eyes. You hear me? And it ain't no bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't no camera joke. You know what I'm saying? I see pure and I
Literally.
know what I
Yes,
see. You know what I
literally.
mean?
Yeah.
Facts. This ain't no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like these motherfuckers is telling you about this reptilian race. They had names in this deep, you know. And it's like where I look at the shit, even if it's fake, I make it real. It's real. Like what I'm talking about, everything that I talk about.
See,
I'm
like,
fucking with Pinocchio, you know.
I'll be honest with you, brother, for real. Like when you see, that's why like a lot of stuff. Talking people, everybody seem mundane, like oh man, whatever, blah blah blah. But like it was what when you get to the origin of how to really do. See, man, I know how to do some things, man, and I don't like to say it too much. I really don't, bro, because people are like, who the fuck you think
I
he
feel
is,
you.
type shit. You see what I'm saying? But
Right.
it's shit that you can literally do. Like fuck the language, fuck the books, fuck the stories. You really have
Mm.
superhuman powers,
Facts.
bro.
That's facts.
Literally.
I see it.
And so I ain't
It's
nowhere in
like,
the
you know what I
hell,
mean?
but I gotta let you know who you is first. You gotta know what your brain can do. You gotta know what the brain fibers actually do. So you're like, okay, I wanna make a plan. You know, you tap it into a certain part of your brain. So the more conscious you know of what the fuck you doing, the more you can just make a fucking mountain move, bro.
Mm.
But if you try to use another part of your brain to accomplish some other shit, you're gonna be ineffective.
Mm. And it's hey, it's just like trying to, you know, how you pull a say a lawnmower and that motherfucker don't start. You got to keep on pulling it
Right. Well,
until
you
it
don't know what
finally,
the
you
damn
know, come on.
spark plug going out or something. Or maybe you need just to loosen it up and put it back in. Maybe you need to spray it or something. But you don't know the mechanics of the motherfucker. Man, I'm just gonna go buy a whole new one.
Hmm.
See what I'm saying? And so, like, when they go back to like how you say the eyes shifted and all that, you already know, right? That depending on how dark or how light it is, your pupils automatically shifts. Okay. So now just
Uh-huh.
imagine if you know how to actually make them do it on their own and you can make your shit change to how you want to make it change. All depending on what you're looking at and how you're looking at it. You know?
Hey,
Right.
look, look, this it's some more to it where like, you know, you get that movie, say, Coming to America. I was about to say Come to America,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now you know a lot of shit. You know, you hear a lot of shit about some shit coming to America, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in this case, like where this dude coming back to America, they say he got a son here. You know, now this is a flesh baby, or you know, a life organism. I don't know what's, you know what I'm saying, being born, but it's like up there in the whole. If you see and read the situation, you will see that it's symbolically eggs being set around in that scenery. You know, like say where the people
Yeah.
stormed up there the other day,
Mm-hmm.
you will see some egg symbology. You know what I'm saying? And I know that they said that the fucking the reptiles born out of that egg, like you know what I mean? And it's crazy because
See, because
where it's coming to America.
you start off as a reptile. That's how you start off. It's like when you look at the formation of the sexual reproduction, you form as a reptile first, bro. You know what I mean? And then you start
Yeah,
gaining limbs and all that type of stuff. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Be
fact.
looking like a little alien baby.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I'm talking. Hey, I'm talking about the genetic manipulation part of it, though. This ain't got nothing to do with, you know, say the normal way that we do it. You know what I mean? And
right.
and this the egg symbology being, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Like, you know,
well, I just don't. I don't. I'm not saying it's not true, my but I don't think that comes to yet, bro. I think they're working on it. I think they're trying their damn best, boy. But I don't think they really got it yet,
see,
man.
look, I don't. Look, where I'm looking at it, man, this shit ain't nothing new. I remember I was a little bitty dude, right? And it was some kind of fucking y'all remember me
You going in and out, bro?
Right, I was about
Remember
to
little
say.
alien? He was dancing in McDonald's.
In
Can y'all
McDonald's,
hear me?
McDonald's. I do remember that for some reason. For Space Jam. It was for Space Jam, wasn't it?
Who was dancing in that?
Nah,
I
it
didn't hear.
wasn't Space
What?
Jam, but that's
Oh,
look. It was a movie called Maggie Me. It was some little big old bug-eyed alien-looking creatures. It was a family of them. You know what I'm saying? Yet on the side there, it was another one. It was a whole series. It was like the dad. He was a reptilian motherfucker. You hear me? He had a whole family, but the dad was like a agent. He was like he dressed in the suit. You know what I mean? But he had the fucking spots on his head and shit. They look real weird. And it's an old one. Like you know what I'm saying? I was born in the early '80s, so I was a little dude. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember the name of it, man. But y'all had to see it. I seen shit. You know what I'm saying? But it was, you know what I'm saying? They all was advanced. You know what I'm saying? It was a like a whole nother race that was working with us. They was side by side with the humans, but they was literally exposed. You know what I'm saying? This shit is all it's all tying together for me. You know what I mean? Where I done eyewitnessed the say, what they conveying, and I seen it with research and breaking things down. You know what I mean? So it's like whereas if you think it's far fetched on this, they did a lot. They do a lot. Godzilla, all of that shit, man. Gotta pay attention to that reptilian part that they told you didn't exist or um died, and you know what I mean, a whole nother world on this planet. If they telling you that motherfucking dinosaur was here like that, it's something. It's something with it. You know what I mean?
there was the but like y'all just said, it was it's the old people. That's what the dinosaurs was, our ancestors, their plasma.
Right, man. Yeah, I just don't. I think the way I look at it, to be honest with you, man, I'm gonna be dead serious
Uh,
with you about how I think, right? And not to
yeah.
go against nobody else, right? But all I'm
Yes, sir.
saying is, as for what I understand, bro, as soon as you start looking at anything else besides yourself, is automatically a cover up of something else, bro. Everything. So it's
Yeah.
like, hey,
That's
let's
all
say
fact.
we all say it's all in us, right? And then the first thing we do is act like something else outside of us is going on. Man, you see how they did that shit over there? Or man, the earth is flat, or it's round, or it's this, or it nigga. I thought you said everything is in you anyway.
Right.
You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm online.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, where I came into this shit was going on, and we sifting through it. You know what I mean? So it's all in me. Yet it's my journey. You know what I mean? We'll fuck around and meet up. I'm saying, you know what I mean? Because this is where you know what I'm saying. The common sense, like within, you know what I mean. The same conclusion, man. I hope that you know what I mean. That we could, you know what I'm saying. Something like damn, we knew. You know what I'm saying? Like in the end, we'll be all able to see. You know what I'm saying? If it's just twisted, like you know what I
Right.
mean, coming in
Right.
different places. It's something to. It's a literal tornado, man. I don't gotta be in the one that they show you is blazing all the time, but yeah, that's what we trying to figure this tornado out. You know what I mean? Might
Just a
not
lot.
ever, but I know I done made a lot of progress in
Exactly. We put the effort in.
it. Yeah, gotta make sure that you.
Hey, and Sister Stowe, you want to send somebody a link right quick? I got my sister-in-law next to me. She like to talk about different stuff. So, and we chilling.
Oh,
So,
put the link.
yeah, you can send it to her if you want to or whatever, and then she can be linked up with you.
So put it in the YouTube.
Uh, well, actually,
Yeah, hey,
but you gotta tell her how to get to YouTube. 'Cause I wasn't able to get to it. So, what is it again? Okay,
Oh,
what is the YouTube page?
oh,
You go
Sistar Soul,
S
SISTAR.
I S T A I.
Bro. SISTAR.
T A R.
Sistar.
The tripping today. S
oh,
T A R. What else? So S
Then
O
soul. Two separate words, not
yeah,
together.
separate words. She said. And YouTube. And that should be it. So that's it.
Yep, Sistar Soul. And then
hey,
it should say main radio. I think it say main radio too.
And she said say main radio as well. She wasn't say main.
Let me go on the TV and look real quick. Actually, to see how it look from the outside.
hey, hey, that's what I was kind of saying too. You know, where
What you said, bro?
they talked about the Y2K thing.
Shit.
It was the year to clone.
Well, you know what? I could find.
You know, or say it was the revealing, or this whole
You said
thing,
it
this
was the
concept
revealing
of
of
that.
the clone. Wait, say that again, Miles. I got distracted, baby. I didn't hear what you said. Say
The
that
year of
again.
clone, the
Mm-hmm.
clones was being exposed. Like it's all about them special effects. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was about. And I know that's all I see everywhere. Whole bunch of
Mm,
bionic bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And it's
it
just
do
look,
be a
it's kind
bunch
of
of
like look,
bionic man.
hey, this one deep, sis. Look, it's like say where you get the finish line, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get the where you get the finish line, you get the fishing line, right? And we all racing. A lot of people is crossing this finish line and they dismembered. You know what I'm saying? On
Right.
another note, a lot of people come into this place. You know, and it's a whole section for the say the the people that's what they call it the people that's say crippled.
The
You know what I
Cretans.
mean? Right.
Oh, you talking
The
about
people
handicap, bro?
yeah, or handicap or say retarded. You know
Oh,
what
the
I mean? And
mongoloids. Oh, mongoloid.
all that, like say it's a whole section for remember
Mm-hmm.
radio. You know what I'm saying? It's like a whole section for the dismembered, and this is where say the whale bodies are spending a lifetime the dismember. Where
You
like
going
say
in
one of
and
the
out,
birds
bro?
did this in what the dismemberment. Can you hear me?
It's like it's going in and out.
The
I don't know
bird.
if it's the way you was holding.
Right. I probably have to. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Imagine all of the birds crippled and they couldn't fly. And every bird that laid an egg didn't care. She just if the bird was they just let all the birds that couldn't fly, you know. So it'll be a lot of birds walking around or whatnot. You know what I mean? Dismembered.
Right, right.
So like say where the baby bird fall out the egg or something die, you just can't stop it. You know what I mean? It's time to start over, right?
Right.
You will come anew. So it's like where the dismembered it's a whole section for that welcome the bionic, you know. It was a tactic, say, you know what I mean, to wiggle in the robotish type of, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Keep the people that can't move accordingly, like the rest. So we always have to turn around and, you know what I'm saying? Not saying it like that, but this is what it is. You got to turn around and put them on your back. You know what I mean? So
Right.
this allow, and it happens through war. People, lose their limbs and shit. This devil got you fucked up, literally. Half your head gone.
Mm.
So literally half lost half your mind. You still here though. You know what I'm saying? So this went from the bionic part, easy. You know what I'm saying? And where the
Right.
people who don't got it, the well body people will want some damn metal arms too.
Mm.
And this whole thing with this is the finish line. Or say, imagine all of those people that didn't cross the finish line, in one piece. Oh man, this I ain't even gotta add it to, I just put it to my neighborhood. A lot of my friends done died. Just that little part of the army. You know what I
Mm.
mean? I know a lot of dead. You know what I'm saying? So they tell you about these people, man, that fought for causes. You know, where you get because this is the blood cause.
Mm.
Where you said earlier, wisdom and everything. Like I can't even say it verbatim what you said, but what I thought was, all of the sweat off your back and everything overheating and working. The blood, sweat, and the tears is building this shit. Putting out, you know what I mean? You know how they say they gypped you off and shit? You got gypped, Egypt.
Egypt.
You don't want to get gypped for power. Or you know what I mean?
Egypt.
It's looked at, you know what I'm saying? It's just one angle of seeing, you know what I mean? Like as far as my lingo went, shit, I know to get gypped was to get ripped off for some type of currency that you might have had. Somebody got one over on your ass. That's what I knew about gyps and getting gypped. And the gypsy always, you know what I mean? Swagger on your ass. You feel me? Y'all remember that movie Drag Me to Hell?
Drag me to hell. No, I don't watch scary movies.
Look, it's about a gypsy girl. Hey, look, I came up on look when I why I'm saying something about her because I was talking about the mouthpiece one time, right? Spoken where you speak, you spoken. You know what I'm saying? Poke like the truth hurts. You know what I'm saying? The mouth can iron. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Say the teeth get yellow. You know what I'm saying? They get elderly. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. So like where I was talking about the mouthpiece, this is on that movie, the gypsy, right? Y'all, the gypsy, she spit her mouthpiece out and she gummed. She put her whole mouth on the girl that she was attacking and shit in the movie. You hear me? She gummed her down, like you know what I'm saying? And like that's where I went into the gums, like the gum, they be bumping. Motherfuckers be bumping their gums and the GUM is the bug, is the BUG. This whole system with the spell, it's like they got us living inside of the mirror. And you can stand in front of one. And it's an illusion. That ain't really you. Mm. You know what I'm saying? So the mirror it's a system. The BUG is the GUM. She put her gums all on the girl's face, attacking her. You know what I'm saying? She spit her teeth out. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's like that. That's the whole thing with where these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? They jip you. She was mad that the girl was fighting back. You know what I mean? Same time she was hers, but That fucking gypsy still drug her ass to hell on that movie. Like they literally showed her get drugged to hell. And it's like where you know what I'm saying, the motherfucker can step on you like a bug. If you get your power away, you become the bug.
Mm. Bugging somebody.
You reduce yourself. You hear me? And then I thought about the movie Big. Remember with Tom Hanks, sister?
Big with Tom Hanks.
Yeah, he made a wish to be big. He woke up in his
Yes.
mama house, his daddy house, in his Fruit of the Loom. Big as a motherfucking basketball player or whatever. But he made that wish to a gypsy. It was a moving carnival he made the wish to.
Oh, it was a gypsy in the little
It was a
thing, the little
circus on the
glass
road.
case.
Mm, you know what I'm saying? It's another one. What's the other one? Thinner. Remember he put the thinner curse on that dude, the gypsy.
Oh. And he couldn't do nothing. He kept trying to eat.
He couldn't look.
Couldn't gain an ounce.
He passed it on in that apple pie.
Mm.
You hear me? Like they show you a lot. Look at this one, girl. Hey, this one creeped me out so fucking tough. And I ain't even like, you know what I'm saying? Like if you seen it once, it's you seen it. You know what I'm saying? And where you flip through shit, like I just remember what I seen and I just, you know what I mean? Like break it all down, cause this is what was you looking at? You know what I'm saying? What was you paying attention to? So look, remember it came on HBO, but it was Tales from the Crypt.
Oh, I do remember that the skull thing used to be. They had it doing the commercials and everything.
Oh my goodness, man. It said in the corner like Chocado Taco Bell. You know what I'm
That shit looking real
saying?
crazy.
Wow. Now, hey, look, the Crypt. Look, remember we talking about the blood calls? This motherfucker is literally telling you stories.
Mm,
The Crypt Keeper. Man, we here on Earth, y'all. Who the fuck, you know what I'm saying? There gotta be some shit in this. You pay attention, this shit ain't, you know what I'm saying? This
right.
motherfucker, like, it
They
came
the
on,
crypt
it went
keepers.
through her, huh?
They the damn crypt keepers. The ones that's trying to control everything and
Man,
monopolize our energy.
man. Hey, you know how it came on? It went to her big ass yard or whatever, that big ass house. It went down the stairs. This motherfucker sitting down there, man, picking up big ass books on, man, telling stories about this place. Look, everybody
Who?
come
Wait a minute.
here
You
and
talking about
buy
one of
this.
the stories in that show, bro? Hold on. You talking about one of the stories in that show?
Yeah, all that, that's the concept to the Crypt Keeper. It tell us stories about people that came here and fucked up and, you know what I'm saying?
Mm,
You remember, and then they made a movie called Tales from the Hood.
Tales from the Hood, telling
You
everything about
remember
that was
that?
going on in the hood. I do remember it came out, but I didn't see it.
Oh, girl, it's crazy, fucking. You know what I'm saying? But if you watch the shit, like it's just gonna give you some. You gonna say, man, I need to get the fuck up out this motherfucker, man. You get, you know what I'm saying? Look, Jason is like I came up on this talking to Sir Drop and Huey at times. You
Mhm.
know what I'm saying? But like I put this together, like you know what I'm saying, like where that motherfucker say, you know
Oh,
what I'm saying? You
ooh,
remember
that
that?
shit is scary.
Hey,
That
that is,
sound when you hear it, it's eerie.
hey, that's the sound of a shovel going into rubble.
Mm-mm.
Step on the stone, toss the
Right.
dirt, dig in the. Look, like say the animals from afar, motherfuckers in the middle of the woods, and they, you know what I'm saying? That's echoing.
Right.
That nigga
That's a
sweating.
creepy ass sound.
Look, and this is a secret. This motherfucker is burying something. Now if it ain't this your account, something that's
Damn, you cutting in and out.
well near and
Oh,
dear.
mm-hmm.
If it ain't something that's that what you bury, Jason. So that sound is, you know what I'm saying, and Jason got the hockey mask. Hockey is violent. Now imagine you playing
Very.
hockey. Imagine you barefoot on ice, girl. The sole of your feet, the feet,
Mm-mm. Not my
trying to
soul.
win. You hitting this black hockey puck. Look, the black hockey puck at the center of your eyeball is coordinating with it. Look, like say
Mm,
this is battle. This is say the bat battling,
battling.
fluttering wings, limbs swinging, screaming, team, wide open mouths, light shining, eyeballs. You know what I mean? Blood. Motherfuckers meeting in the nighttime. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? The vampire. You feel me? So this
Suck,
this whole thing is
sucking the blood.
yeah,
Taking the
it's like
energy, just
blood
what
on
they
the
doing.
ice. Could you
Taking
imagine?
all the blood.
Could you vision it? Blood on the ice, warm blood is gonna be a little ether right there. It's chaos and say adrenaline and madness in that blood. You didn't
Mm,
even know you got cut. When you're fighting, you don't know none of that until you're done, and you know what I mean. Like say the antenna that you are, just on the note that you just normal. Like you could taste the iron in them cuts in your
oh,
mouth.
when you said that, that made me think of when you do get something hurt on you, right? Sometimes you don't know people like sometimes they'll be like, oh, I didn't even know this happened, and they don't even feel it or see it or whatever because they didn't pay attention or notice it or see it. Since they didn't see it, they senses may not even picked it up. It's some kids
Mm.
that's born where they can't feel pain. It's something that's going on with the nerve that's blocked where they don't even feel pain. They could literally be sitting there burning themselves and don't know they burning themselves. Stuff like that.
Oh my goodness. Hey, look at that. That's so true. Say like in war, they set booby traps, and if your ass didn't know it, mm, mm, by the time you like it's gonna show you didn't know it because your body gonna blow everywhere. You stepped on the fucking land. You know what I'm saying? The thing, like
Yep.
say they from afar and you don't hear the bullet coming. Boom, your fucking leg just gone
It's
out the
over.
blue.
Oh. Then they
Like
look
you know
down
what I
like,
mean?
oh shit.
And this will show what you didn't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? And like I say, for a lifetime, people just sat there their whole life and they didn't see what was coming. From the first time they grandma said, boy, you better sit your ass down. You know, 20, 30 years later, something obvious. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't let it happen to you. Like motherfucker said, that'll blow your fucking head off. How you be one of the ones in our world with the head blew off? Man, this is fucking pissed off. You know what I'm saying? We done lost too many of our people to not, say cherish our life and the next person next to you. Hug them more than you can hug yourself.
Mm. Biting off more than you could chew.
Yeah, hey. You know what I'm saying? Like it's motherfuckers out here that's, like they didn't let it go. They didn't let it go too far, say that, how that boat be sailing or, say it shoot that far. Like damn, like this same old bullshit is still flowing with you. Ain't stopped and said, hold up, holy water, hold up. I'm sorry, hold your weight. You
Mm.
know what I mean? you gotta make time wait for you. Like, you know what I mean? You can't run late if you can see, you know what I'm saying? Common sense ahead of you. You got plans, so you know you set for a better footing than this foundation is very shaky ahead. I gotta see it. Mm, but they
Gotta
blind
see it.
us. Like, I ain't gonna lie, you know what I mean? They literally puppeteering people. Girls, it's so many of these fucking situations where like where like it just be correlating and like where they showed us in the movies, I'd be like, damn, like where you look at the Avengers and shit. Like I was watching this shit the other day,
Hmm.
and man, they was fighting they ass off these motherfuckers. You know they was fighting like they wasn't gonna die. Like everything born here gonna die one day. It's gonna perish. You know, say for the better bling. You know what I mean? But they fighting that shit like, you know what I mean? And I see this the shit they talking about when people fighting the creator. It's Captain America and them. Like, you know what I'm saying? We ain't no hero like that. We came saying bucket naked suits. And we wasn't cheating. It was
Swallow.
on when it was on because we owned shit. We wasn't turning on shit. We owned it. Like, you know what I mean? It's the it, I, and then you look at it, sister. Hear me?
Hmm. Look at, you
You
said
look
you
at
look
it
at
like,
what?
damn. You look at it like I, I said, like you look at it like in essence, me, you, everybody else. Like, damn, how it come to this? You know what I'm saying? And, and you look up, you see, it's like the fucking dog shelter. It's like they got it's a breeding. You know what I'm saying?
Breeding farm.
Like you was born into the fucking kennel.
Is that what they do at the
What'd you
kennels? Is
say,
that a
sis?
breeding farm? Am I saying the wrong thing? Is that where they
What's that? Say it one
make
more time.
dogs? Is that what a breed? Is that a breeding farm? Like the when you said that, I was thinking a breeding farm. They make it, impregnating dogs, whatever. Is that what they do at the kennel?
Yeah, they do all that kind of shit. Like these dogs, it's a lot of it's like different type of dogs, like flowers. A lot of
Them
these
dogs be
dogs is
expensive too.
new.
Ooh,
Yeah,
they
and they
expensive.
weird. They weird and they ain't gonna make it without this system that's, they need a house more than you. And this is where the same thing ties to, like say your lower half, if you treat your baby like a puppy, your puppy can get stolen. Call it kidnapping. They be like, they treat the dogs like better than us. You should get the fucking picture.
They sure do.
You should cherish your baby. That's your lower half. You know what I mean? So
Right.
kidnapping, yeah, that's where they take all of these risks. And the people ain't taking their risk back. You know, when you take a risk, that's a motherfucker snatching your arm, literally chopping. Back in Samaria, they chop your fucking hand off still, and that's you taking a risk. Like
Hmm.
be steel toes. You know what I'm saying? Shit, you ain't gotta get through into the fucking sea to be putting them steel toes and be sunk underwater. Be walking around this motherfucker dancing. People don't know. They be dancing with some 2-ton shoes on at the club every Saturday easy.
That was 2 tons.
For real. I ain't lying to you. It's look where the people don't pay attention, like we said, the bug thing. You running in circles. Like you literally making big the stadium is it's a fucking big roach. It's a roach bin. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Like imagine that little roach bin. You go in that motherfucker, zoom in, and they kicking it in there like the Lakers. Space Jam. Remember they had the little bugs,
Space
the
Jam,
little
Space
aliens,
Jam.
little bugs.
Yes, yes. That's the one with Michael Jordan in it, right? Or am I saying
Yeah,
the wrong one? Okay, yes.
you saying it right. The little organisms was little look like little germ aliens, and these was the
Right.
bugs. They was the same size as the people, in that damn stadium. And the people in there, just they don't really know what the fuck. They all in that bug trap. You feel me? And they just want to win. Man, I don't know how that shit be so deep in the core of people. They love these games. Boy, I tell them some, you know what I mean? Tell them
You talking about
something
the video
real
game?
deep. All of them. But the basketball sports, all of that shit. The one to
Oh
get the
yeah.
elders.
Oh yeah.
Motherfucker be
They
50
be
with a
hooked on them
jersey
sports.
on. 50 plus with a jersey on, acting like they don't know what's going on. Each one teach one. Yeah, you know what I mean? That the organism that's careless, it's spread, man. It's easy to do wrong. Or just be, that's how they kind of fuck up the spirit. It's 101 look spotted, the Dalmatian thing, the cruel devil Corella Bill. You know what I'm saying? That bitch she gonna skin them dogs. Fuck what you talking about. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So with them damn dogs getting skinned, like you gotta look at the spotted from black to white and every other color in between. They not trying. You know what I mean? We trying to mix. I mean, yeah. This like you do gotta
Mm.
use that pure vision and know who you dealing with. You can't just accept anybody. Mm-mm. They used to have to put the wire on Pookie, but not. And that was probably just a facade of just, saying, something to throw us off. These motherfuckers been tapped in. God
Ben
damn it.
tapped in.
Look where you look. I forgot to say that too. Look where say that motherfucker with the shovel,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
The the shovel. That's the whole thing with the where you get done, you gonna jump on the soil and stomp it down, right?
Make it flat.
Yeah, make it. You know what I mean? Make it clean. You know what I'm saying? So look, your hands is feet. So you stomping and jumping is patting. That hole that you dug is a foul in the earth. You hear me? If you wrongdoing, you done stash the truth in this hole. So this is you a pedophile. And you got dirt on somebody. And they ain't gonna never talk because you got dirt on yet on another side of spiritual or walking dead manipulation and say scandalous intent, wrongdoing, or cover up. Shit, you gonna have dirt on somebody else's name. And they ain't gonna, if they ain't, you know what I mean, trying to be out there, they ain't gonna speak. Because all they feel you got that dirt on their name, yet they alive. You know what I'm saying? You a total hypocrite if you feel like somebody got dirt on your name and you think you supposed to jump in the tub and clean it off. You
Mm.
better approach that road. See, because this is where you can see germs, sister. So it ain't like, you know what I mean. I'm not denying the ones that's on the surfaces of these objects
I
in
feel you.
these grounds
Mm.
or that's in the air. But you can see the germs and they got faces. They all types of organisms. Call them dogs, cats, the lizards, motherfucking rats, roaches. These is all organisms. Y'all, here, close it. The organisms is like everything that's in your face. Say you was a telescope looking from your tailbone out your skull, and you
You
see
said
these
from your
fucking germs.
tailbone to your skull, up from the North Pole center up.
Yeah, like where you close your eyes, you see a whole bunch of patterns, don't you? Don't you see
Yeah,
waves like the waves in your hair
like the
or your
black and
son's
gray
hair?
little waves. Hmm.
Mm-hmm. That energy,
That's the
that's
light.
energy that's going down your spine.
Mm.
Now, hey, now look at this. I remember this was a while before I even woke up. Like I claim to, everybody claim this woke shit. You know what I'm saying? I literally projected. Like I ran out and shit. I was telling everybody. It was around Thanksgiving. I was probably 17. You know what I'm saying? And I was telling everybody. They looked at me like, boy. I was like, I was telling them I literally seen pictures on my eyelids.
Mm.
You hear me? Just like you would
And
look
they
at
say
a
you
movie on
crazy.
a. Know what I'm saying? It was like that, and this is what like gave me that idea of the telescope. But you can see the germs. It's everything. It's all the shit you putting together. Is, what I mean? It's a gem. It's, like say grandma stitch a little toy together, little something together for you. It's a gem. You feel me? And the
Right.
child gonna hug it and cherish it. Grandma made, you know what I mean? Gonna light them up. So yeah, that's like power. This is all, it's being siphoned and you know what I mean? I don't know how we made it this far as dealing with. But we always make, you know, the best of nothing. Or you know what I mean? Born into this shit. You know what I'm saying? I know I went on the super rant.
It's all right, bro. You good. Wisdom done got sleep or either got busy with his lady. You there, bro?
I mean, man, we
Wisdom.
we got my sister. He probably listening. Hey, it's just like that. Say they be calling it encounters and shit. The
Hmm.
other kind or some shit like that.
What damn kind?
Yeah. So all them kinds. You hear me? Motherfuckers, man. It's like where they zoom up in the car, say through this maze. Like if you ever ride shotgun with somebody at nighttime, just imagine it like damn, like y'all outer space. Like that's what I be looking at. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I'm saying? You just everything just black around, you know what I mean? You get looking at the scenery and it's just like that. That's kind
Mm.
of how I feel. You know what I
I
mean?
remember when that movie. I don't like scary movies, right? But I did watch this movie, Hills Have Eyes. My sister was telling me about it, and I'm like, what? I said, that sounds like some real true life shit. So she was like, sis, she
Like,
said it looked like this could be like going on for real. And I watched them. When I watched that movie, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched enough to see like that
mm,
I'm pretty sure that's going on right now. Cause that looked like them Cretan people.
yeah, buddy. It get deep, get real deep. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers like they having all of these type encounters. You know, motherfuckers pulling up, say a ski mask is literally the A, you know, holes chopped out mouthpiece. But it's like, you know what I mean? That's that just on one level, you know what I mean? You know, they zap you out, beam you up. Lost your peoples through this shit. You hear the rubber burning, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Smell the motherfucking gun smoke and the burnt rubber. You hear me? So it's like it's a this abduction and explicit encounter type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you go on dates? Let's break that one down. You want to break that one down?
What'd you say, bro?
Do you go on dates?
Do I go on dates?
Mm,
Mm-mm. Um,
no,
no, I haven't been out in a while. To be honest, where I'm at, I'm not in a very big town, and a lot of the guys here, when I meet guys, to be honest, most of the time they either got a lady already, they looking for somebody on the side. A lot of guys I meet be younger than me for some reason. A lot of young guys trying to talk to me, and it's like the type of mental I'm on, I can't vibe with them, even if they seem mature or whatever. I just don't feel that comfortable. But
right.
I don't know. I haven't had
Hey,
to go.
okay. Yeah, it's all good. It's all great.
Yeah,
Like we gonna
and
break it down.
I'm good with that too, just to verify, just to say because it allowed me to be to myself because when it every time I've been in relationship and usually if I'm in a relationship it like it's serious it's like it's a deep relationship. I don't just like to just be casual with people. So if I've been in
Hmm.
relationships, the every serious relationship I've been in, they've never been able to like understand the type of stuff that I try to explain to them. They never are spiritual. I haven't met anybody spiritually connected to me. Let me say it like that. I haven't been
Right.
able, it's not, it's not a
You
lot of people that can be on this level, bro, that know what you're talking about and can vibe with you. And then when
uh-huh.
you're on this level, you might try to even just live normal with them a lot of times, but it's hard and I can't do it. I've had to like
Mm.
let people go I didn't want to let go because, I just can't do it. I can't mentally struggle with somebody and trying to struggle with what's
And
going
look,
on in this life at
so
the same time.
so look at that. That's what your only option is, right? Is to just blow up and be the queen that you are. He'll eventually come running. You know, like
Exactly.
it's
That's
what
what I
it's
said. I
gonna
just
be.
I don't
You
worry
know,
about it. Mm.
right, right. Don't worry about it at all. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You gotta
And you know what make it worse, bro? You look at situations, right? I have like a lot of my friends, married ones and ones that I have some friends that been in long term relationship. Basically, they common law, but they don't get married, which is fine too. I'm good with either or. But the ones that are in relationships or married, a lot of times they so unhappy. Some of them happy now. I'm not saying it's all always bad, but a lot of them are so
Mhm.
unhappy, and then they be when I'm around them, it's not like, oh, we happy when we do things, whatever. We could talk about stuff, or whatever. It's like they always complaining. It's like they always got problems, and it's like, dang. And to me, it'd be I don't know if it'd be me as a friend because I don't like hearing all that, but it'd be like it's always negative. They have so much negativity going on, and they continuously repeat the same thing. This going on, then next time you turn around, it's the
Mm.
same type of thing, but it's still, it'd be like, oh
Yep.
boy, I
Yeah.
can't take it.
Hey,
It'd be too
now
much.
look at that. Look, don't take it. Now look, look where you do that. If you go on dates. Mm. Remember Michael Jackson said, "You remember the time
Mm.
dates."
I
Now
don't
you
even, I
look
don't remember too much about dates now. People do something
right, right,
whatever
right. Now look. That's the
crazy.
You took a risk, didn't
Right, taking a chance on that date.
you? You set it up, didn't you? With the assailant. Mm. Think about the children that gone missing. the date, it didn't work out. Y'all went all the way too. Male or female, either side, it didn't work out. She
Right.
loved you, didn't love her. He loved her, she didn't love you. She didn't love it, didn't, so y'all didn't stick together. Y'all literally what they call it, like say a drink will get you drunk. Date rape. You date rape yourself. Even some people don't even come home.
You
Some
cutting
people
in and
thought
out.
it went out. You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, some people's child then went out and then came home and everybody knew that was going on that day. And everybody let her go and they ain't seen her since. Ain't
Mm.
seen them since.
Ain't
Into the
seen
club.
them since. So many of them go missing like that.
I mean, they knew it Friday. Look, Friday. So many, don't they? Or say social media, the computers and stuff,
Right,
where
right.
you can't be dealing with all of this. Like it should be realer than real, and you should be in the open. It's gotta be family based for real. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like where this family, you introduced
You
to
know
that
that's family.
family,
They family know your family.
yeah, and y'all's babies maybe could do something because we resonate. Where you know what I mean? Where this strange shit. Look
Ain't
what
that how
like
it
you
used to
don't
be in the
got a
old
clue.
days? They changed it. Mm-mm-mm.
Mm, you ain't got a
It
clue
used to
who
be
you
like
did.
that.
You know what they call it, Voltron, the Transformers. You don't got
Hmm.
a clue who you then glued to and made another you. You know what I'm
I'm telling you,
saying? Now
that happened.
that's your blood in that.
Yep,
Random.
mixed in.
Look, running
Mm.
dumb.
Done got a swirly drink.
Mm. Half of more of our population is accidental births, accidental impregnation, because they didn't really plan it, but they knew they could get pregnant. That they did know, but a lot of us wasn't playing. And this is why the misery love company. But the children
Hmm.
are going to sit the elder down. If the elder are obviously out of whack and off the rocker, the child is to approach the parent. Somebody gotta, you know what I mean? And if I gotta approach the parent and then I can have the nerve to deal with other people's children. But I gotta
Right.
handle home first. And I've had that talk. You know, I see. I let. Well, I meant to say I see that my parent, got bit by the. You feel me? As a youngster,
Hmm.
so like a lot of our parents got. This shit wasn't no game. Sorry, the game. Sorry,
Okay. It happened.
you know what I'm saying? But yeah,
Mm.
pops will tell you, boy, I take your ass. Look, I'm telling you, this is why they took. This is why Marvin Gaye got took out. His very name. His pops took him out because
Mm.
Marvin was gay. You
Marvin was
can't
gay.
read through the lines, man. You hear me? Like, damn.
Right.
When I go, my son is laying in bed with another man. My
Mm.
image of me is I can't leave that. This nigga,
Mm.
he said he ain't changing his mind either, and he love Oliver. You got me fucked up. Now, if you
Oh
go
my
fucking with
God.
you and Oliver go fucking with some other man who lined up and on on they square like I am, they gonna bust your head, you and all of them. So I might as well just bust your own down. You hear me out?
Right now.
Hey, one for me, you wouldn't be here. That's why they stopped you from whooping your child. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Cause
Putting
where that bully,
discernment in them.
yeah, it's you know how remember OG Bobby Johnson? He realized that Ray Ray had his little son doing the wrong shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he tried to stop it. You know what I'm saying? But shit, nah. I done already influenced this little nigga mind. You know what I'm saying? Like motherfuckers say,
Mm-hmm.
shit, you left your baby on the sidewalk. And a lot of our, you know what I mean? Some of our friends was found on the doorstep. Some of our friends was found in the toilet.
Right.
So these motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just like even nature. They said nature then took motherfuckers in. They set apart the species with say mammals and reptiles. Shit, they tell a whole nother motherfucking race that they come from a goddamn ape. And then they tell you it's another race that's a reptile. Shit, they had the shredder rat that's a mammal teaching the reptile turtle that was
Mm.
genetically, what I mean, intelligent or whatever. But it's like, yeah, the motherfucking snake love to eat the rat. That motherfucker is a sliding tube that reproduces. It got a face and fangs.
Mm.
This motherfucker, like, it's a wobbly line. You feel me when it's moving, and That's like your steps traced. I don't know how it's so intricate. You know what I mean?
They got that. It got the It's made like that. You see how the color of the snake, how the skin is, and like the way that the colors on it. They make that formation,
Mm,
and it be slithering the same way, just like in that,
just like
just like.
like the binary code line.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's some deep shit, man. Hey, I'm about to turn on my camera and show you something, man.
Let me
Like,
see.
I don't know if you, I'm gonna draw it out. I always be, you know what I mean, writing the
Okay.
shit out. Hold on. Let me move this motherfucker over here. More like,
Wisdom, you came back
uh,
yet?
where you at, man?
I know. You got ghost.
Right, this line right here, right? See,
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
now that's the binary code, right?
Mm-hmm.
This line here, we'll put a line through it. You know what I'm saying? But it's the snake or whatever. This is how the snake gets around. The motherfucker got a skeletal structure and all that, right? So where you
Mm-hmm.
got that, say where you look at that sign head on, it is this. It's this.
Mm.
Where you can look like we looking down on it, right? Now
Mm-hmm.
say we looking head on like it's a train coming at us. It's the yin yang sign. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. The
So
yin
this
yang.
month, yeah,
Wow.
this whole thing with this yin yang sign, and bro Sanchez beat me to this. He showed me this. I remember he pointed this out,
About the
and
snake.
I said, God, nah, not the snake thing,
Oh.
but how that binary line where you look at it head on, that's what you gonna get. You know what I mean? at this. Say this is the top surface of ocean water, right?
Mhm.
And you know it's vibrating like that ocean wave always splashing and show you the ripple
Mhm.
or the echo, right?
Mhm.
So this is that line that's the snake. And this line, like I remember I was tripping on it and I was gonna post it on my channel. It yeah, where you look at the say the sea water, like this is where you looking at it, say you was looking down at the sea, and this would be the water rushing up on the sand and receding. You know what I mean? It'll be splashing up and going back down, splashing up and
Mm.
going back down. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
where
I'm looking at the picture. Yep.
yeah, from what vision was you looking at this like on that screen to be beeping? You know the one that go, you know what I'm saying? And it
Yeah.
can go flatline.
Right.
I forget the name of the machine. But yeah, that's like where you
Echo,
could
the EKG machine.
yeah,
That's what it's called.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah, it'll
Echocardiogram.
read
That's
your
what it is.
it'll read your heartbeat, right? And these are the lines that show you where the world separate and dimensions change.
Mm-hmm.
Like say this would be a whole world that's the sea, you know, that dense part where all of that other life is that you can't go in without some type of extra stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
could stand right here on the shore with your feet in the sand. So this would be you sitting right here with your umbrella and you know, getting your feet wet by the waves. You know what I mean? Yet you know if you walk
Mm-hmm.
into that water, that's a whole nother world. You can get lost and cast away in this sea. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And that's the deep shit, like where you could see like if you was looking at this water, the whales and all of that come up out of this line. That's
Mm-hmm.
the sea. It's like you walking
That's
on the wall
crazy.
of a diamond.
Mm-hmm.
Like the sky always blue. You know what I'm saying? Like a blue
That's all
sapphire
that
diamond.
energy reflecting is what you're seeing. That blue.
Mm.
And that see
You
that
see it like
universe. That's why I put that up there too, bro. See where it say that universe? They say the universe is
mm-hmm.
everything in you,
Right,
you inverse.
right.
And then the other one, where the other one at? It say you, this one right here. It says you generates electricity. We broke down earlier. I don't know if you was on there, but you means it the breakdown of you. The letter U is generates electricity, which is us, you.
Mm,
And then the Ni is water, and it means at home. It meant a couple other things, but those were the two vital ones to me: water and at home.
mm.
So it's electricity, water at home, and then verse is an area of activation. So check that out. So generating electricity and water at home in an area of activation. What the hell is that? Us in the universe, same damn thing. Check that out. It literally says every damn thing.
Mm.
Tells just what it is. Everything you just drew out, that's just what it say. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see a banner.
No, no, brother.
I
Hear
see
what I'm
look
saying. Listen what I'm
inside the
saying. Do you
self
see what you just drew
slash.
with the
Nah,
binary
I don't
code,
see.
right?
I don't see what you talking about.
Okay. Okay. See how you just drew the
Mm-hmm.
binary code, right?
I can see
With
our
the snake.
avatars.
At the
Right.
bottom, look at the bottom of the screen. I got a little ticker thing on the cross at the bottom of it. I don't know if you can see the screen or not. Or did I change it? Let me see.
Okay. All I see is our screen. I don't see YouTube at all if it's on YouTube.
Oh, that's why you can't see it. Dang, bro. I put a banner up, right? I've been switching them since we've been on here just so something to look like it's moving. But the
The
what
Heat
we was
Check Max.
talking about when me and you started talking about the snake, right? And then you said, "Ooh, let me draw this picture, sis." And you put the picture up there, and you start drawing the binary code, the snake, this and that. And then as soon as you start explaining, I'm like, "Damn." That's almost the same thing. So I put the ticker up there, the little thing that go across the bottom of the screen. You know how to be scrolling a certain thing you saying or whatever. And as you was explaining that, right, you literally basically was writing down, drawing out what the banner saying. It's explaining the same thing you said, basically, as far as like what you saw, right? As far as the binary code and the snake and the way you drew it in your head, the picture that you pictured and saw, it explains literally exactly what the explanation or I'm sorry, what the definition of universe is or what universe means, basically. Did you hear me, bro? I think you muted. Mind's eye. Is everybody going out? You there, Mind's eye?
Can you hear me,
Can you
sister?
hear me? Oh, now I can hear you. I thought the thing must have had messed
Okay,
up
I hear you.
before.
My headphones trying to die. Give me 1 second. I'm listening to you. I'm trying to
Okay,
get right.
okay.
1 second. I'm
All
listening,
right.
no, sister.
But do you see? Oh, you can hear me. Did you see how when you sat there was drawing all that? Literally, it broke down the whole thing, and without even having the definition. But that was the definition in the picture you drew. Oh, your thing died. And I gotta wait till you come back because I want you to respond to this. I'm gonna see if you hear what I said. Shit. Well, that's crazy. The picture says 1,000 words. And damn, and that picture shows. Wait till he come back on. Wisdom. Damn, where the hell this man at? I want him to
Okay,
hear
what
this.
was that? What was that? Can you
Okay,
hear?
mind's eye. Check this out. Okay, yes, you can hear me now. Your thing good.
Yep, yep, yep. I hear you.
Okay, okay. Now remember when you was just drawing the picture and stuff, right? Of the binary
Right.
code and then the snake and stuff, because we was talking about whatever we was talking about. Then you thought we started talking about that, and then you said, "Let me draw this." So boom, when you was drawing that, as we've been talking, I've been changing the tickers, like just saying little points and things. You know what I'm saying? As we talking about stuff, right? So I put
No
one
doubt.
on there. And one of the little things that go across the bottom, right? What it is earlier today, right? I was like, universe, you know how I be like, you is you in birth, it's us in motion, blah, blah,
Mm,
blah. So I said, let me
uh-huh.
literally look it up and see exactly
You
what
and
it
I.
say, like how wisdom be doing. And it said you is generates
Mm,
electricity, and it says nigh is water at home, and verse is an area of activation. Now, that shit
mm,
literally is the
mm,
definition of the picture that you drew, brother. Did you hear what I said? The picture you drew and
mm,
what we was talking about with the binary and the snake, that's literally what that says.
mm.
The picture
It's
you literally
a.
made your
I
picture
don't.
said the 1,000 damn words. Your picture basically, you know how we be talking about we don't need all these words and the this and that. That that shit crazy. That's what that showed me too, because I'm tripping. We don't need the
Mm,
words or whatever to really say all this
mm,
because boom, when you drew that right, bro, it literally just said that. And I said that when I looked at the ticker, I was like, oh shit, that's literally basically the definition. The picture is the definition of the same shit. And then the next thing that came to my mind as I
bad.
was telling you that, right? You know how your mind go to thinking. I started thinking like, wait a minute, I seen that shit before. Bro, do you know I seen a picture like that on one of them Egyptian
Mm,
pictures that's showing that basically kind of tells it? So you basically
mm.
the
Man, we
same
gotta see
thing,
it.
bro. I
I
gotta
want
look
to
through. I
see
gotta
it
look through.
when you get a
It might
chance.
not be exactly like
It
you
ain't gotta
drew it,
be
but
now.
it's showing the same thing. Literally the same thing you drew. I am not playing with you. I seen it.
Hey, It's another thing too.
Hmm.
Look at this. These headphones too, they low, telling me they low, but I got the other ones. They charging, so if I go out, I'm coming right back.
I
Um,
was gonna say, dang, it sound like it
look,
trying to
I'm
mess
about
up
to turn
again.
on my camera, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we we broke this one down a while ago. You know what I'm saying? This I realized that like, damn, I said, wow, this shit crazy. Like when you see it in the letters, girl, like when you see it in the fucking letters, you don't see. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-mm.
all right,
Let me
look at
see.
this shit. Look at this shit, right? Look, you got the E, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna put another E right here. Okay, you see what I just did? Them were eyeballs, right?
I was about to say
I
it's
put
I before you put the circle.
right, right. Now look, I put the Y right there.
Mm-hmm.
As above,
Oh
so
my goodness.
below. I put this there. You got the nose. You
Mm.
got I and I.
Mm-hmm.
I knows I.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's like where you see it literally in the spell. You hear me? But look, where you add the S, you add the S, you get the ears. You know what I
Mm.
mean? Now, now you connect them. That's all you got to do. And that arch right there, you know what I'm saying? That ain't no joke either. But as above, so below. This your the spell is you. You know what I
Mm.
mean? Like I can't make this shit up. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Your teeth
crazy.
got the lines this way. You know what I'm saying? And say your lips go
Mm-mm.
left to right. You know what I mean? That's like the cross. You know what I mean? So you put those lips in there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That
You got
look
a thin
crazy.
line that opens up. Now look, I don't know like how far you be going into the say the earth or dealing with it being how the system is.
Mm-hmm.
Yet how this how I be looking at it. It's like say the moon is literally an eyeball, the sun is an eyeball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Without these two lights, I know it'd be pure darkness. You know what I mean? Without these two orbs, these is what's giving the light off. So left, right, these they see even. You know, you got one negative one and you got a positive. Both of them together is neutral. It's equal balance. You know what I'm saying? Look at
Mm-hmm.
that. That's you know what I mean. That's like you would get that connection, but
That look like a battery.
you system.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what it is. You know, your feet grounded, your body's a battery type vessel. You know what I mean? It's energy flowing through that universe. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And you got control over all of it, you know, to the best of your ability. So look, we got the moon and the sun, right? And them are say up in the firmament. You know what I mean? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
right up under them or within them, you got say you got clouds, and this represents your air. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This represents your air, but this is where your nose canal is. It's where the air go in the nose. So that's right under the eyes. You know the lights. You know what I mean? So when you dealing with the lights and
The energy spectrum. It went black.
Can you hear me?
Yep, there it go.
Okay. I was just trying to get that audio back. All right. The second layer you will be dealing with your nose, right?
Mhm.
So you breathe in this air, right? So
Mhm.
up under that, like say this the flat plane. Damn, I wanted to draw that a little bit more clear. You know what I mean? But say this is the ground. You know what I mean? Now you know everything you be eating, it come out the ground, the garden. You know what I mean? So the ground is represent your mouth. You know what I'm saying? Fresh air in your garden. You know what I mean?
Right.
Ground get chewed up. You know what I'm saying? Recycle things through it. So in all essence, under the ground, this is, you know, gonna feed downward to where things are, into the bowel section. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like so dealing with that, like where you got the atmosphere and all that, you hear it just like you breathe it. The air, you hear the high low. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like the sun and the moon are up there in the firmament. The firmament does have a dome. You know what I mean? And where it just happened to look like a face, it's a system that's, you know what I mean? It's a system. You feel me?
Right.
It'll end up
The
looking like
same
a
thing,
face.
another face.
Like say these is the houses. You know what I mean? Now on the ground, as above, so below. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Your house is up and your house is down. You know what I'm saying? It's a bottom version of everything going upward. You might be the upside down version. Who knows? They say you got your mouth got a roof, the roof of your mouth. So it's a cradle too. You know what I mean? So as above, so below, the say the sharp tips to the roofs and the buildings is the teeth. You know what I'm saying?
All
Tall
of that.
buildings, all that. You know what I'm saying? Built inside of this. And oh, let me show you this. Hold on. This is another representation of the earth. I just happened to come across this. Hold on. I'm about to get this. Ah, I'm glad you. And if you trying to shut down, just say so. Cause I go out. You know what I mean? We be
No,
with the
finish that out,
college
bro.
with
Then
this
I'll
shit.
shut down. And then,
Okay.
because I'm definitely
Cause I know
trying to see what you're doing with that real quick. You said you got
let
another
me see what it
representation of
is.
you. You showed me the two faces, so I want to see what you're drawing.
Yeah, it's crazy right here. Um, it's same thing. You know what I'm saying? From another perspective. Right, camera back on. You see this here? This is a puzzle, right?
Uh huh.
So
You
it's a
drew that,
puzzle.
or is
The
that I can't
center.
hardly see. Is it a physical puzzle?
Uh-uh.
Oh yeah, it's a puzzle.
Yes, a physical puzzle. I got it from where I work. Look, it's even I had this. This is with it. It's a United
It's coming
Nations
apart.
thing.
Each color come apart.
Yeah, it's a puzzle. Look, this was with it, right? And I'm
Mm.
like, this is where you see our Earth.
Mhm.
You see our Earth, right? But
Mhm.
our whole Earth is this way. where it sits. Yeah, on this here, this whole world should be a tiny micro dot inside of this scale.
Right.
The world is, you know what I mean? It's covering the. This is where our little world is right here. You know what I mean? We was out at center Earth. You know that
Mhm.
Earth translate is heart, right?
Right.
And your heart is center of your chest, and it beats this ripple out to where your heart is beating ripple out to more life. So this this ring right here is another world, right?
Mhm. The
And
next
so
dimension.
forth with the next ring. This is another world. We are in center. We in center Earth where the one ring is a circle. That's the center. Like say the indentation or remember we was talking about leprosy or the lumps and the
Mhm.
bumps. This where your nose stick out and like when your eyelids is closed, the two lumps. You know what I'm saying? But the
Right.
center is that nose point, right? And that's where we at. Hold on, let me put this back. Now you know about the rainbow, right?
Mhm.
Now we dealing with as above, so below again, real quick. And this is just to validate something that's a fact, and I can't make it up. You know what I mean? As above, so below. The top got a bottom. So where we knew they always taught us about this rainbow, right? You know what I mean? They taught us about that one, but you didn't really learn too much if you wasn't interested about this. You know, the bottom half of the same rainbow. You know what I mean? So it
Mhm.
makes a circle. You know what I mean? And this
Mhm.
is your eyeball that you're looking at too. You know what I mean? Your eyeball got a glass cover over it, or you know what I mean? Ain't nothing touching it.
Right.
You gotta be really slicker for something to get your eyes. You know what I mean? You got the fastest reflection. Reflection. Yeah,
Exactly.
reflexes. Ain't nothing you gonna close them eyes. You know. So this the center point of the earth, and it's like we been here all this time and ain't ventured out. We ain't ventured out because
So they
this
trying to
type of
close people
shit.
from venturing out through
Yeah,
that
this type of
arc
shit.
through that Antarctica is where that portal is to get out.
Yeah, you know what I mean. If you could catch the wind, you get wind, you would get to find and stuff is like flying over your head. You would know, you know what I mean, what's coming and going. Yet it's like we being reduced. Like how you make this little bitty piece so big. Talk about
Mm.
micro and macro. You think your world is big. This place we could have been and left. We could have got done exploring about 7 or 10. The age. We've been gone from here. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? We ain't ventured out. This ripple, that ripple, that ripple, that ripple is these rainbows. You know what I mean? And they done made this motherfucker big as this whole thing.
Mm. Mm.
This
Mm.
purple dot is big as this whole fucking thing. And we stuck here
Ain't nowhere near that size. Mm-mm-mm.
at the center of your eyeball. So, and, we can't make it up. It's the same thing, but they turned that shit into the public enemy sign, the bullseye,
Right.
hunting season. Look, look at this. Do you know? I don't know. I'm too damn woke, sister. So I'll just be spilling. But look,
Mm-hmm.
like hunting season,
Bullseye.
hunting season.
That's what it look like
You hear me? Like, do you know what season it is?
for us.
Do you know the reason? Look, you know how everybody always, man, they did it for no reason. Do you know the goddamn reason that this is happening?
What's the reason, brother?
Like, right? Like if you telling me they did it for no reason, what is the reason? What's going on, nigga? You hear me? So that's the bullseye. Like
Right,
everything you aiming at, you using this light spectrum. This is you. It's looking out your skull right now, and you standing on it. You about to sleep, or you about to restore energy in it. You know what I
right.
mean? And they ain't gonna stop it till if you wake this eye up. You know what I mean? This puzzle, you put this spectrum together. You know what I'm saying? I know I went off on you. Just trying to share it, man. I'll be trying to share it. I'll be telling them, like when we hang this up and shit, it's like real weird too. Cause I don't sleep no more. Imagine motherfucker talk about they tired. You know what I'm saying, sister?
You said you
Now
don't
how
usually sleep,
about
bro?
me and you ain't sleep? I don't sleep no more at all. I'm trying to wake my people up. There's no more sleeping for me. Or you. Look, when you get what I'm saying, like, know what I'm saying? Look, you know how
Right,
they told us, you gotta be asleep to see Freddy Cougar, right?
right.
I don't know, I probably said it. But don't ain't you seen? Haven't you seen? Don't you know who I'm talking about? They
You
told
said
you it's a
sleep to
nigga
see
that
Freddy
come
Cougar.
to you in your
That's a
sleep
dream,
now.
right?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
And we showed and seen part one, two. He exists in this world, so that means we're
That's
all
another
asleep.
scary one. Mm.
It
Once you go
look,
to
it's the
sleep,
whole
they can get
story.
you. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. And if they telling you that they can play a movie called Freddy Cougar and don't nobody see this motherfucking dude in this account until they sleep, that means he exists on your account because you sleep in this world. And he exists because you were asleep right now. If you was woke, this wouldn't have manifested. It wouldn't be in your baby face. This nigga, Freddy Cougar on the phone, and his tongue come out the other end of the phone. Evil shit. You hear me? Fuckery.
Right.
Circus clown shit. This is what they didn't know what I mean? They look, it was either a quick slip or people slip and they made sure they just put every fucking body under and motherfuckers just came, bowing down to the program, like, know what I mean? And this is what's been rolling. You hear me? Motherfucking
Mm-hmm.
cattle. And it it's somewhere I just accept it. I ain't trying to get no false hope. God damn it, know what I'm saying? I just peeped it. I ain't know what I mean? Like we gonna do what we gonna do. You know how they say go on head, that's the headless horseman. Ain't no head there.
Mm.
If your baby done stormed out your house mad at mom and daddy, that's the definition of going crazy. Hit that
Exactly.
doorknob, you don't know if your baby mad. You feel me? You like, go ahead. Feel me? Like, and where you do what you do, you think you know what you know what I mean? Doing. So shit, you could either tell them you know, or you could tell them no. Like every time you say no, you telling them yes, cause you don't know shit, and you can't tell them what you know. You ain't telling them with your foot down and the strong foot that'll kick off in a motherfucker ass for trying to step where you standing, cause there's no way you can stand where I'm standing, and who are you to try to move me if I ain't supposed to be here? You know what I mean? If I ain't supposed to be on this planet, what the fuck? If it ain't no snap back, if I ain't supposed to be snapping back, why am I snapping back? You know what I'm saying? This where they trying to make that motherfucker that ain't gonna snap back. Can you hear me, sister? You there? They got these motherfucking super clones, man. Can you hear me?
Dang, bro, I'm dozing off. I'm sorry. I'm getting tired and I gotta go. I don't want to be dozing off
Okay.
on here with you.
Yep.
And I missed the last few minutes of what you said. I'm so
Right.
sorry, but I'm gonna rewind it and we're gonna pick up on it next time we hit.
Bet.
I appreciate you, bro. Thanks so
Okay,
much
you
for
had you
sharing
a
with
good
me.
one. Appreciate you.
All right, I'm
Um,
sorry I got a little tired.
Wisdom, I'm gonna tell him to get that earwax. You know what I'm saying? I know he did so much thinking. Better get you a Q-tip, buddy. But it's all good. I'll see you next time, and I'll jump up here with you.
I appreciate you, brother. All right, you have a good one, okay?
No doubt, you
All
too.
right. You there you there, wisdom, or you gone? All right, good night,
He
brother.
gone, girl.
Anybody all right. Anybody listening, we really appreciate you guys listening and we're out. All right. Mine's out. Peace out. Peace out to you, brother. You have a good night.